One.
Cool.
Okay, we want to welcome everybody to today's Habitat meeting. My name is Danny Summers. I'm the Assistant Habitat Section Chief. I'm sitting in today for Eric Edgley, who's in Italy right now. So let's start with introductions around the table, and we'll have our presenters introduce themselves when they come up to present. So, Drew.
I'm Drew Cushing, the Aquatic Section Chief for the division.
Randy Hutchison, the Upland Rep. Blake Millett, Sportfish Rep.
Lisa Graham, DWR.
Andy Wanacott, Waterfowl Rep.
Kobe Jones, Wildlife Section. Steve Sorensen, Big Game Rep.
Tyler Thompson with DNR.
Daniel Eddington, Habitat Conservation Coordinator.
Habitat Conservation Programs Biologist.
Okay. Like we were discussing earlier, we're going to try to keep this meeting moving so that everybody can get to their later appointments this evening. We get a motion on the minutes.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
All tipped.
A motion from Tyler, second from Steve. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Last week we held the external conservation permit meeting with our different sportsmen's groups, and that's helped fund a bunch of projects, and we wanted to touch on that and talk about what happened there. So Daniel has the.
So yeah, we met with them last week. They committed $6.6 million. At that meeting, we did have one group that was not present that will likely add some more money. Safari Club International was not at the meeting, but they have their banquet, I believe, this weekend, and they'll be reaching out to us to sign some more funds. So that number will likely increase some, but that was almost $2 million more than we did last year. So that was an awesome meeting. So
Why is it up? Do you know? Just the expo, or
maybe Kobe has an answer for that. I don't know.
it's because they spent more money? It's gonna hurt a little bit. Is Bill Engvall here? Here's your sign. I'm sorry, Steve.
So do you want to talk about how that affected our agenda, or yeah?
Yeah, you want to share your screen, Allison, real quick?
Sure, over here to my left.
Okay, so I have entered in let me make that a little bit bigger. I've entered in on the spreadsheet the ECP amounts, ECP and Expo amounts in this column T. Anything that is highlighted in green over here was either reduced or fully funded. So some of these were just reduced as far as the ask, but like this one, for example, was fully funded. Same with this one down here. So we did from when I put the before I put the ECP money on to when apparently I can't talk today. Before I put the ECP money on to after, it was about difference of about $800,000. So even though 6.6 was our full amount from ECP and Expo, only about 800,000 of that affected Habitat Council projects.
Okay, so what you're saying is after the addition of 6.6 million, we covered all the requests that we were asking for from ECP, and then it'll cover an additional 800,000 that we were asking for from Habitat Council, but it'll reduce by that much.
Yeah, reduced it by that much.
Then we also pulled several projects off the agenda. There's been some changes as well. So some of those projects we're not even going to hear in here because they've been fully funded. So I just completely left them off the agenda.
Okay.
So
anyway, they're highlighted in green. So if you want to check them out before our budget meeting, I'll probably just take them off completely if they don't use any money. But
I think one of the things to mention about that meeting that is in the last couple years, and this isn't probably the reason for huge increase in funding, but we've had a few partners reach out that aren't even part of the conservation permit program that have reached out and said, hey, we are the CWU Association. We are this King's Camel participated last year. And we would like to put money towards conservation in our state that we work in and operate in. So there are a few other groups that are starting to come along like that want to take advantage of this meeting and this opportunity to donate. And that's a good thing.
Great one-stop shop to see where you want to put your money.
I think if anybody interacts with a group that wants to do that, you don't have to be part of the Conservation Commit program to come and spend money here. If you interact with a group, you can think of a group that wants to come and do that. Talk with Daniel. We've sent him out invites and got him coming. So that'd be really good.
We're also willing to meet one-on-one with folks too. We've got a couple of other corporations and stuff that are interested. So just contact any of the three of us and we can work through it that way as well.
Anything to mention, update just on the WRI process? Because part of this, we're fitting all these different pieces of the puzzle together here in the next.
So I guess update wise from WRI, we get the rankings in March and we just start marching through the different funding sources, and that sportsman's groups is obviously a big one. This is another big one. We're working with our federal partners. They're a little slow this year for obvious reasons. And then the last thing that we'll do, and it'll probably be June this year before we do this, is we'll take our WRI funding and kind of fill in the gaps. And then a lot of times there's some communication back and forth with the sportsman's groups if we can't come up with the money to fully fund something. And so we'll go back to the groups and basically say, look, we can't fully fund this project. It doesn't make sense to partial. Do you want to add additional funding, or, you know, the other option is to take it off of that project and put it somewhere else. And so it's kind of a back and forth conversation. But I'm hoping like first week in June, we can get a funded list out.
Quick question on the WR, and maybe you want to do this at the end of the meeting, which I'm good with. Do you have an idea on the ranking level, what we're going to be looking at? Because we're going to be cutting projects this year. I mean, even before this meeting, we're $2 million in the hole.
Yeah, it's tough to say until you actually run it through the funding process, how far down the list you're going to get. And a lot of that also depends on what the federal agencies can bring. They put commitments in the database, and, you know, just low bar, we're hoping for them to give us a thumbs up that they'll actually provide what they've told us they will provide. But then there's also leftover funding that they reallocate, and there might be some issues with that process. So a lot of it depends on the feds.
And they typically come, you know, anywhere from 15 to 25 million. And so likely that number will be down this year. We don't know, but that's what we suspect will happen. So we'll see how that all plays out.
Because our final funding meeting, I forget the date, I want to say it's like the 28th or something.
April 30th.
I think we're trying to meet with the BLM the next couple weeks after that.
Yeah.
They should have their budgets by then. We'll meet together with WRI and fill in the blanks. And we have about 6 million or so, which we over allocate our money to. So that we don't do that here, but we over allocate ours by about 25% or so. Because people ask for more money than they can spend.
Things get canceled. Okay, anything else before we get started? Projects?
I don't think so.
Okay, we got the central region up first. I think, Robbie, 12 mile.
Where do you want me to stand? Okay, yeah, so this is Robbie Edgel, habitat restoration biologist out of the central region. And yesterday we had our wildlife board meeting, and I talked about learn more about the background of this project. You can go watch that. It's recorded on YouTube. But this is about phase 5, I believe. And what we're asking here is, so in past years, we've done, so this is 12-mile canyon right here, Mayfield. And we've done NEPA with the Forest Service to do about 36,000 acres of cultural over in this Muddy Creek area, going up to all the way up to Ephraim Canyon. So it's really exciting that we're now doing work on the ground. This is about the third year of actual work on the ground. We've done lots of cut and pile and feller buncher work kind of around these areas here. And then this last year, we cut and piled these polygons. And so this year, we're asking for money to go in and help the Forest Service to burn those piles. And I think that's around 1,200 acres. So it's a big area. And we can look at some pictures later. Then this little skinny line here is to do some BDAs in the stream there. It's actually called Beaver Creek. There's no beavers there. A lot of people don't like beavers, and so they get shot or trapped out. So we're trying to go in and where we don't have beavers, get some man-made beaver dams made, and then hopefully get beavers there. Our other project, our beaver relocation project, this is one of the sites that we release on that. So we're trying to treat, the uplands, the conifer aspen, with that regeneration going for mule deer and other big game, as well as treat the riparian zone as well. And then down lower here, their 12-mile WMA. And this year we just completed a large bull hog. We just finished yesterday, actually, about 1,200 acres down lower. And so the plan is we thinned out the trees down here, and then this year we're asking for money to come in and do some lop and scatter and just prep the area for a prescribed burn. So this is called Order Mountain, and so it basically slopes up to the top of the ridge line here. So this will serve as a kind of a fire break. So we'll just light off fires at the border where we did the mastication and let it run up the mountain. And so that's going to be pretty awesome to see a bunch of work on us. This just shows one of the treatment areas that we did a couple of years ago. And then it's kind of cool. You can see the actual areas. So we cut and piled and then burned those piles, and you can see the areas that burned within that treatment, and that's already regenerating. Here's just some elk collar data in the area. There's showing the thick conifer that we're treating in. This is what it looks like before. This is what it looks like after. So just get that aspen regeneration and another understory vegetation. So it's just really great for mule deers, our main target species, but then also you got your forest grouse, your the photos taken in the treatment areas past years. So it's more color data. We don't have a ton of great deer color data in the area, but it's just that's that same area looking from that I just showed you that was burned. So all of that's coming back really nicely. And so this year we've cut and piled all of this. And then this year is to go in and burn the rest of this. That's just an example of the pals that we've been building. Just a picture of some deer down on our 12-mile WMA this year. So asking for about $500,000. We don't have any Forest Service money coming in this year.
Curiosity, and I'll try to limit my questions today because I know we're last time frame. But on your pictures with the collar data for the deer, one of your treatment areas is covered in points.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not that would keep going. It's that top right, right there.
Yeah.
So this is me just wanting to learn. It's getting a ton of use right now. What are you changing and why are you changing it?
Well, these could these locations could have been from, so we went in and cut and piled, so that's already gonna start releasing some of that. And so there may be some response already, but also just, I mean, that's what, 29 elk, so it's just an area that they like to use right now, so.
So is that one of the burn areas there? Or is that?
It will be one of the, yeah, so there's piles there right now that'll be burned here soon, so.
Where were your previous treatments at?
Just
One on that.
just north right there. So,
You know, Randy, what you're saying is like, it's the age old question, right? The question is, do you find the areas that animals go to and use and improve those habitats to increase body condition and fat reserves? Or do you find the vacant areas and try to make those better so that you draw them to new areas? And I don't know that there is, I think the answer is really both.
yeah,
Like when you find an area they're already using, you say, okay, if we improve the forage here, we know that habitually they're coming back here. If we increase high quality protein, we can handle more animals and we can improve body condition of the animals that are there. It's whereas like if you go just to the north and it could be slope and aspect the reason why, or it could be that the animal that we collared didn't go there, or the animal that goes there didn't get collared. Like there could be a hole, but you may improve habitat in an area where the slope or the aspect is wrong and never have that draw. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It's hard.
I like that.
As a habitat biologist, like you'd always ask yourself those questions. Better to go where they are, better to go where they're not. I don't know. Both.
Yeah,
No, and that's why I asked. Appreciate it.
yeah, no, good question.
Any other questions?
And I like that you're burning the piles.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't, they're there for over 150 years. I
Sure.
can see the old axe cuts from the pioneers up my canyon. There's juniper limbs laying there still that they
Yeah.
axe cut it off the tree. So
Wow.
that's really good that you're burning them. I like that.
And they've been pretty good about burning the area, not just the pile, but letting the burn go around and getting the bigger areas.
Your motion on this one?
I'll move to accept.
Andy, motion,
Also get
Andy, second, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, next project is Strawberry Ridge, 7360.
So this is another one that we spent a couple years and come to this group and get money to do the cultural surveys and the Aspen stand exams. And it's just exciting to finally, we cleared 97,000 acres on Strawberry Ridge. Basically, this whole area has been cleared for NEPA, so we can work in this whole area for, the next 10, 15 years. So it's exciting. And this is the second, this past year, we started on the ground treatments, just north of here. And then, we're just gonna keep moving south. So yeah, that green blob shows the whole cleared area, but it's exciting to get things going on the ground. And let's see if you can zoom in on that north stuff, and maybe Kyle will have you talk about the south stuff too in here in a sec. So if you'll just click on the polygons, there's a couple different treatment types there. So that'll be a lot pile and burn, just like we're to saying at the other side. Lop and scatter. That's where where the lop and scatter is in areas where the conifer aren't as thick, so it's not going to be piled up. So we just kind of scatter it. And then that's going to be some, looks like some cultural potentially for future, maybe. Or no, that's a lot of burn as well. So big area, high elevation, aspen regeneration is the goal here as well. That conifer, it's kind of northwest of Strawberry Reservoir. And then that is actually a little, yeah. And then these are some exclosure fences around areas where we have boreal toads that are breeding. They're by Bryant's Fork and Muddy Creek. And so it's like one of our only really healthy populations of boreal toad or western toad in the central region. And so we're just trying to protect those areas from livestock. And that'll be a benefit also to big game, as they'll be able to have that water area will be protected and more vegetation will be growing inside. And Kyle, do you want to talk about your?
Yeah. Okay. So on the south end of this project, yeah, all that stuff down there. What's happening here is historically along Indian Springs Road there, the grazing permittee has watered their livestock straight off of the road. That's not been paved, and they've just hauled water up, and the cows have watered right off the road. But they paved that road recently, and so now what we have is more traffic coming through and traveling faster, and so watering right along that road creates a safety concern for the livestock and for people driving up that road. So they want to improve grazing distribution, establish some pipelines and some troughs, and develop a spring in this area. And you can see to the east, there are those two segments of pipeline and trough. Those have already been completed by the Forest Service. Those are installed. And we're asking for help to get the stuff to the west and the south done. And like I say, this will offer benefits to the safety of animals and people, as well as just improved grazing utilization across the landscape.
I'll go with pictures. So this shows one of the areas that'll be fenced out for the western toad. Shows the areas where we'll be removing the conifer. Is this where your troughs are going?
Yeah, that's the Secret Creek south along where the troughs are going. They're tying into that existing pond to draw water from.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, most of you are trying to benefit elk and mule deer and moose, as well as toad.
Are there permittees shipping in at all?
I don't know if they are on here.
They are, and they're going to be doing the labor. They'll be ripping the pipe in and installing the troughs.
As far as boreal toads go, the pond you showed is an example of where boreal toad would exist. And if you're going to remove water from those types of ponds and put them in a water trough, you're removing boreal toad habitat. And boreal toad are one of the highest priority sensitive species that we're working with right now. Have you guys worked with the aquatic section and our coordinators in Salt Lake?
Yeah, so they're involved with the fencing portion of the project. I don't know, Kyle, have you talked with them about the trough portion at all?
I'm sorry to repeat that.
He's concerned about the pond that you're going to be pulling water from, if that will impact the toads. I don't believe there's toads up that high.
I don't think so. And all they're doing is tying into that with that.
Yeah.
That cottage.
Yeah. I figured that too. I don't think there's toads up that high.
Even if there's not, it would be worth having a conversation about the habitat itself. You know, we're one of the things that we're really pushing for the next 5 or 10 years is moving toads back into the landscape in the Uintas and across the Wasatch Front here. And if that is toad habitat or something to look at for restoration purposes, it'd be nice to have some water in it.
Yeah, that's a great point.
So if you haven't had a conversation with Salt Lake folks on you know, just that aspect and their restoration plans, it'd be worth having them.
That's a good point.
Yeah. I got to throw you back. Craig's gonna sit in.
I think he lists toads too as a species.
And just to clarify what that would look like, Drew, it looked like probably not draining the pond to put it in, it'd be leaving some of the water. And how do you work through that? Is that, I'm assuming that's what it is.
Yeah, we need those types of ponds for boreal toad. And
If they are gonna take the water and drop it, then it's gone. And if there's some discussion we can have about what that looks like as far as the balance for boreal toad restoration and cattle, then we need to have that conversation.
Yeah, well, that's a good point of clarification, because they're definitely not trying to take the water from the pond and move it to troughs. They want to keep some water in that pond and just utilize some of it as troughs.
Yeah. I'll look forward to just hearing about that conversation.
Any other questions about the project? Take a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve of funding consideration.
Tyler with the motion,
I'll second it.
Blake with the second. All in favor? Any opposed?
Is there any,
This assumes that conversation is going to take place, right?
is there any federal money on it? I just noticed how much we're asking for.
Who's your census species file on this? What's
Caitlin.
I mean, she commented on there.
Yeah, that's something. She was involved with the project because half the project or the exclosure is for boreal toad. I just don't know if
Make sure she's up on that
Yeah.
part of it.
Yeah, the problem is that we're kind of a flux as far as the boreal toad conservation agreement strategy revamp. That's what Drew's concerned with.
yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, next project is Spring City 7394. Take up.
All right, I'm Jacob Hall. I'm a partner biologist with DWR and NRCS out of Ephraim. And first today, I'm going to present the Spring City Watershed Restoration Project. So this is kind of another phase of some work that's been going on in this area over the past few years. So we're focusing on high elevation aspen regeneration work for big game, and a few things we want to do. We want to do some stream restoration work, some Z-dike structures. We want to cut and pile conifers like has been discussed in previous projects. And then we want to burn some piles that have been cut previously. And then in addition to those things, we want to do a prescribed burn as well. So most of it's on Forest Service property, and then some is on our Bear Mountain CWMU, just east of Spring City there.
That prescribed fire is where our tour took us last summer.
Yeah, that's right.
He was there.
So yeah, combination of CWMU and Forest Service property. Some of those images give you an idea of what we're wanting to, some of the conifers we're wanting to thin out, to try to make way for more aspen regeneration. And then this is some of the burning that's been done in the past. And some imagery of piles left there, open to burn. Yeah, and it's looking really good. So we want to just keep that going. There's the image of some wildlife tracker data, quite a bit of use by elk, especially. This project in the central region was #3 for elk and ranked #4 for mule deer. We're to get some more mule deer collar data in there in the next few years. Yeah, any questions?
What does the riparian habitat restoration using riprap look like? What are we doing there?
Yeah, so like Z-dike structures, tick, rock structures.
So in channel, not just armoring banks. I just, whenever I see NRCS, I'm like, so are we just gonna go armoring?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so try to kind of protect some wet meadow that's kind of starting to
We've
degraded.
put dikes on the database. Will you update this?
Yeah.
This is different now. That's actually.
Yeah, that was the best thing I could find to match it, but it's not typical recap.
Yeah, let's put that as a
Yeah,
Z
I'll update that.
Doesn't look like there's any birds in either two West project. I see
I'm
you
not gonna lie.
smiling over there.
I'm not gonna lie, this is a love-hate meeting for me. There's some silliness that happens with
I
it.
gotta rib you when I can, Randy, you know that, right?
Oh, we'll have those conversations later in this meeting.
Any other questions for Jacob?
Just are you consulting with our stream team as far as doing the right restoration efforts?
So we haven't yet. It's fairly straightforward, but I have reached out to one of our aquatics people in the central region, and she wants to come take a look at it. It's direction.
Okay, motion on this project?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Those,
Yes.
Randy. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, the next project is 7376 Soldier Creek. Project.
Hey, on that last one, we were pretty disappointed at the conservation meeting. Like it was our fourth elk or second elk and fourth deer.
I think that was the CWMU one, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's got a little bit of CWMU, but it's also got a lot of forest. I don't know. It's just, if you have any CWMU partner, you just get blackballed and. But we really, because a portion of that's the prescribed burn, just really needs to happen this year because we've got it all prepped and.
I actually meant to ask that because when I read this, we're like, that's the one that you guys like. We've done all the prep work for the burn. The burn didn't get funded, right?
Yeah.
It was, I talked to the Forest Service, this last fall, and they're ready to light it. Then because like the yellow fork fire was burning and a couple other conditions, the Forest Service just called off all prescribed burns. Like they were ready to just strike the match and everything was in prescription and everything. And it's really unfortunate.
So for our budget meeting, I'm assuming you're saying that's a high priority one
I
for
would
us.
say, yes,
It's been, prepared for many years.
at least portions of it. And then we also bring in NRCS money, and I feel like we should reward that, but anyway.
How much do you need just for the burn on that one?
Sorry to go back.
I think that'll probably be the goal because it is a high rank, but it's kind of a lower scoring high rank. So
Right. Do that, and then to match the NRCS fund, and that would be priorities. But
Oh, the NS, right? They're all for lock and file and Z-Dike, it looks like for NRCS. None of that's prescribed fire. All right, Jacob.
I guess you have a few years to implement that, right?
Yeah, so it does have a time frame on it, but it doesn't have to happen this year exactly. But sometime in the next.
Yeah, it's frustrating because Jacob does such a great job bringing that money in. But anyway, okay. Soldier Creek mule deer habitat restoration. This is our second phase of this project. And this is up Spanish Fork Canyon. We have our starvation wildlife management area and our Dairy Fork wildlife management area. And then we have, it's just a good example of working across boundaries and with lots of different landowners. So on ours, we're asking for cultural surveys and money for mastication. And it's a mixture of juniper, pinyon, pine, and oak brush. So we'll thin it out, make sure we leave a lot of mosaics. But this is potential summer range and transitional habitat for mule deer and elk. And then as we move down here a little bit, Kyle, you want to talk about
Sure.
We should just team up every time.
Introduce yourself, Kyle. I think we do that.
Oh, yeah, I'm Kyle Cook. I'm the NRCS, is the park biologist in the central region. So for this project, that middle section is private land, and the polygon that we have highlighted right now is an area of aspen, a pretty good aspen stand, but it's got some notable conifer encroachment, and we'd like to go in and bull hog that and release that aspen. And then on the further to the west, that polygon is an area that was chained in 2007 and seeded, and it looks really, really good. Seed came up really well. And it's been maintained. It's been lopped and scattered once since the chaining, and it's time to do it again. Young junipers filling right back in, and so we want to protect our investment and go in and lop and scatter that. And this landowner has applied for NRCS funding for both of those polygons.
Awesome. And then moving down further south, this is on the Forest Service, and this is an area that we have tons of mule deer and elk winter use. They just pack in there heavy, and the shrubs are in really bad shape. So this last year, fall, we planted about 20,000 seedlings up higher, and we're just gonna keep working in this area for the next few years. So we're asking money to plant more shrub seedlings over there. And then on our Dairy Fork WMA, we've had the fires that have gone through there, and we're seeing really bad erosion down through our stream there on Dairy Fork. And so we're asking for some money to bring in. We've tried BVAs and they just keep getting rock washed out. And so we're going to try to do some big rock structures in there and see if we can slow that water down and stop that erosion. And then up further, we want to do some BDAs and working with Trout Unlimited in Tie Fork and Indian Creek. So both areas where we've released beavers and getting good populations going, and just want to help augment that green restoration that's happening there.
So that's where conifers encroaching into that aspen stand. I think there are a couple more pictures that might show some of that aspen in the background there.
That's weird. Not often you see juniper.
I know it's kind of it's a wet area for sure. Yeah, you can see more of that aspen back kind of on the right center of that page.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then all that juniper just trying to fill right in.
Is that more Rocky Mountain juniper than?
Randy, to your question, I think there's more animal use than is being shown by the points. It's just we don't have a lot of color data there for deer. So it just shows how much use in the winter time. It's just 8 mule deer. I've tried to, instead of doing a big blob that just has 1,000,000 points, you can't see anything. Tried to reduce it a little bit, but that whole area is just packed with deer. And this is on your start, or this is starvation area. So we'll be thinning out those juniper, see how it's starting to encroach on the sagebrush. So we'll just release that understory by removing those juniper. This is our Dairy Fork WMA where we built BDAs in there, and it's just so down cut, and want to try to protect what we put in there. This is on the Sheep Creek road there where this is the plantings we did there this last fall. Some BDAs we built. That's planting. BDAs. This is the area it burned up there on the Sheep. I think it was a tank hollow fire. Burned a lot of our fire or sagebrush, and so just grass, and so gonna fill that with shrubs. This is what we did this last year.
How's I know you've been doing a lot of work, Robbie, at the transplanting. You've come a long way from where we probably used to be. How's it going? Like, what is success? What's it looking like?
Yeah, it's looking like really good with sagebrush. We really are getting like 80% survival with sagebrush. And especially places like that. I don't know for sure because this is just the first time I planted at this site. It's really site specific, I would say. In some areas, we're seeing really, really good success. In others, not as much. Like the Stansburys are doing really good. Sheeprocks were doing really good. Some areas on Santa Quinn really good. It's more of those ag fields that we're trying to plant in, like down there at Still Ranch. We've had Levan, we've had issues with grasshoppers, of all things. And then like up at Wallsburg, our seedlings are doing really well, but our seed seems to be getting hit too hard by deer and whatever else. So we're struggling to get our seed to make it to adult. So we're looking at some of these proposals we're doing this year is doing some exclosure fencing to try to identify what exactly is happening with the seed. Our seedlings are doing really well.
So Robbie, you mentioned that efforts to do BDAs had failed.
Yes.
Pretty tight channel.
Yeah.
Have you conferred again with folks that have undertaken stream restoration training for this to kind of maybe look at maybe a PMP channel realignment if it's possible? I know it's tight, but just conferred with them just so we don't end up, because Bach is great, but if it's the energy that causes BDAs to fail, it's likely to blow up that rock too.
Yeah. I need to go up there with those guys and see what they think on the ground still. That'd be part of the plan, but we just wanted to make sure we get something in there as fast.
Yeah, I just measure twice.
Yeah,
Cut
for
once.
sure. Yeah. And it is, well, we're like 8 years almost after the fire, so we're hoping that
There's enough healing.
We've got a couple of rounds trained biologists in our fisheries section. We just talked to that.
yeah,
That's what I'm talking about.
yeah, for sure. That's good.
The seed mix you have, that's for this scalping that you're doing?
Yeah, yep. So seed is working well where we don't have too much pressure from deer or elk in those areas. Like on Timpanogos, WMA, and Waldberg, we're having trouble getting the seed.
So you're seeding on the castings of the scalping.
Yeah,
And in the
in the row, like
itself.
the Mad Max actually plants as it goes.
And this is on us that you're doing this.
So this is on Forest Service on this one.
Oh, this is on Forest.
Sheep Creek.
So I'm pretty hopeful it'll work well up there where we have more moisture and hopefully not too much pressure, but we'll see. The seedlings, we have the Vexar protectors around them, so that allows them to make it to adulthood to get established.
I would love to see some more exotic orbs on there if they'll let you.
Kobe's getting nerd out on the plant species here.
I understand when you're working on federal ground, sometimes it's hard, but
Yeah, they won't let me there.
Not sometimes, Kobe, every time. Talking to one such catch, that's a different animal than centipede. Never interested.
You know, what, I'm just gonna have to ask because this is the meeting. I know in general, some of these things that are being done is gonna help us in general.
Sure.
But is there anything specific that's being done to help upland this area?
I would say if we can restore the Dairy Fork stream would probably be the biggest thing for turkeys in there. And then the BDAs up Type Fork, there's a lot of turkeys in there as well. So getting that riparian habitat and the cottonwood trees and all that restored would be probably the biggest direct benefit. And then the upland, like the aspen regen and the juniper removal, that'll help your grouse, rough grouse. But I mean, it helps everything. So
This is my love here with this meeting.
yes. There are a lot of turkeys in that area. at the Thai Fork rest stop, they've learned to come down and get food from people at the party.
No way, really?
Yeah.
Adding them up for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Did you should have a good grouse population, do you? Blues or us or no?
I haven't seen a ton myself there, but
You listed it off the graphs.
I mean, they're there, but I don't know. I won't say a huge population.
There's a property just nearby that I work with. I work with that landowner a lot, and there's a rough grouse on that property.
Yeah.
Sensing pictures of them.
Yeah. They're in the area. I just haven't seen a lot.
Any other questions?
I'll move to accept it.
I'll second.
Got Andy with the motion and Tyler with the second. Yeah, all in favor? Any opposed? Thanks, Robbie. Next one is Lower Provo River, 7345.
Well, I already introduced myself a couple minutes ago. I'm presenting this project on behalf of Taylor Deppen from Forestry Fire and State Lands. We worked really closely on this one, works across the fence and multiple land ownership types. But so kind of what we have going on, maybe if we start from the east and work our way west. East to west. So over here, this is on private, this is for the town of Wallsburg, excuse me, over here. Yeah, let's start there. So the headwaters of Spring Creek, we want to plant some seedlings and do some riparian seeding. This is an area that the town of Wallsburg has been trying to revegetate for a while. And then right along Main Creek, we'd like to do a lot of riparian seeding there too. And it amounts to about 10 acres of riparian seeding and then about 2,000 seedlings that we'd like to plant in this area. And then the polygon further to the south, that's on private ground. And this landowner has been fighting with really thick gamble oak for a long time. And they're committed to the long-term commitment that is just fighting the good fight. And what they've done is they've mowed and they'd like to add some chemical to that. They'd like to spray it and then implement some mechanical control, but they need financial help with that. So we've had them apply for NRCS funding to do up to 800 acres. And that area gets a lot of use by elk and mule deer. And you'll see later in the photos, they use the lower elevation areas where the gamble oak isn't as thick. It's more of a mosaic. And we're kind of just trying to create that mosaic a little bit further up the mountain. Moving to the west, so that area right there, we're going to do some cut, pile, and burn. This is high elevation, really, really dense conifer, trying to reduce catastrophic wildfire risk, but also just open up the canopy, promote herbaceous plant growth, and improve overall habitat quality there. And then next polygon over, similar treatment, some cut, pile, and burn, but also just some clearing of brush along the roads to reduce the likelihood of a wildfire start in that area. And then to improve access for fire personnel, if fire does break out, they need good roads to get to those areas. So, and then also some thinning like in that polygon just adjacent to it, just opening up the canopy, clearing some conifer. And then over on the benches here, our biologist Danny has identified areas where myrtle spurge is beginning to expand, and we want to just keep on top of that. We want to go find those stands and spray them. So there are a lot of areas. There's a lot of work to do in as far as controlling myrtle spurge. And then also we're going to plant some shrubs. And Danny, I believe we're doing some forb studies here too, right?
Yes, just as far as wildlife affecting the growth of some more native forbs. So
installing some
we're
exposure.
planting them in different areas and then having some fenced off.
To address what I was talking about earlier, to try to figure out what we can do.
Yeah. And then also, so myrtle spurge is one of the weeds we're trying to control, but also annual grasses are a big deal in this area. So we're going to spray some areas with grass, and we also have a study into that. We want to spray some areas and make sure that our methods are working, make sure that we are controlling those annual grasses, just sort of check the effectiveness of our methods as we go. So maybe we can look at some pictures and kind of see what the ground looks like. So this is where that landowner's been working on Gamble Oak. You can see there's still a lot of understory vegetation. So he's really committed to keeping that if he can. You can see in the background, there's tall oak, and then in the foreground, it's shorter. Those are areas that he's treated, and it's just coming back. That's the fight he's dealing with, as we're all familiar. Same thing, wants to control that. And then this shows what I was talking about earlier, that heavy utilization of lower elevation where there's an understory where it's not so thick. And in our treatment polygon there, that's what we're trying to create. Hopefully, Kobe, you mentioned this, there's a high use area adjacent to it, and we're kind of trying to pull animals into those areas they're not currently using. That's the strategy we're using at this particular site. And then this shows just dense conifer that they're going to be thinning near Sundance. Same thing. Pretty thick.
How much NRCS money on the Sundance stuff is there?
On the Sundance stuff, it's not NRCS, but it's a match from what is the Central Utah Water Conservancy District. So they're matching NRCS funding, and that money from them is going to go towards the Sundance.
And on the other piece with the elk, how much?
It's going to be 164,000, and that's all towards the oak.
And you're gonna, I assume use spike or something like that to
That's what we had talked about. I want to do a little more
guard
talking.
on, or
Yeah, I want to do a little more talking about the specific type of herbicide, but we want to spray it, give it some time to work its way into the plant, and then thin it.
Isn't that young oak really good for deer?
I think there's plenty of it, I think is what we're noticing. So we're gonna leave the other stuff and keep areas as clear as we can.
so Steve, the answer is it is.
Elk Creek.
It is, and it can be. And there are spots where it is so thick, they can't actually use it. And so I think it's walking that line and making sure that we work with the landowner to say, hey, we want this to be good for you and good for us. And making sure that we establish polygons where we say, hey, we're going to leave it here. We'll take it out here, but we're going to leave it here, because a blanket, I mean, we've done some of these treatments on our own WMAs where we've said it gets so thick that they get to the point they can't really use it anymore. They have a hard time navigating it. And so there is a balance, like any habitat project, right? Where we try to come in and balance it. I think as long as that's what we're doing, we're fine.
Ecologically, it probably used to burn more often.
Ecologically, it probably used to burn more frequently, and keep it low and nutritious, right? Because if it's up and that's not so great. But yeah, deer have the unique ability to digest tannins better than a lot of other species, and so they handle well.
And that polygon, that's the entire area within which we're going to treat, but it's sure like we choose this clump it goes and this clump it stays, so it'll be really
Patchy.
patchy.
They're eating acorns more than eating leaves, though, on all the brush, except it's brown. Sometimes it's burnt, but they're definitely eating acorns.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's some good things about it. Unless you're hunting it.
I think managing it's fine. I think eradicating it is something we don't want to do. And this is another area, that Wallsburg area, there's zero thermal cover in that whole area. And so some of the taller patches of oak are literally the only thermal cover. And so that's also another thing to keep in mind as you do the project. But it's good to manage like everything else.
It's a good point. Thanks.
On the riparian seeding, I know years ago, Chris Crockett did that, and they rebuilt that stream. It's kind of just a follow-up on that work, or?
Yeah, it's just so, and I talked to him about this, and there were some comments from the aquatic section on Main Creek. They've done the work, and some of the areas just don't look as vegetated as they would like, and so some supplemental seeding and putting in seedlings is gonna just make that work better.
Are they still all fenced off, most of that stuff?
Yeah.
Fenced off?
Yeah.
And the fences are still working?
Yes, there are definitely some spots where it does not appear to be, but
I just wonder if that's a contributing factor that needs to be dealt with then.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point. And Daniel Gunnell is my contact with UDAF, and he works with the landowners along Main Creek a lot. He knows every one of them, and maybe we need to look at the fence in particular spots with those landowners.
Yeah. I mean, we've been working on Main Creek for 20 years and had done a ton of tours up there. And, you know, they built it so that the fences were supposed to hold, and then they'd open them up and let them run down the creek. And, you know, every once in a while, if that system's not working anymore, then I don't know, we gotta be revegetating it.
We need to touch on that and make sure the landowners are still implementing that plan.
With this, the Sundance property, is that private or is that forest or?
A lot of that is private. We can pull up the land ownership.
Is there hunting available there for private people, or is it just all?
The logic.
Not familiar with that area.
The logic here, so this is, the HOA has been the partner with a lot of this. And the logic here is that it is an area where it's a likely start for a severe wildfire. And so we want to do some fuels mitigation in that area. And animals use this area like crazy. And so our logic there is that the animals come in here, we want to kind of get them fat in this area, and then they move to the forest that's just right there. And then they're huntable game at that point.
And this is, you're not using, I understand, you're not using really any funding from, this portion is funded completely by,
The Central Utah
CUP.
So they're putting in 164,000, but we're gonna need more for this as well.
How much are you asking from Habitat Council for that portion of the project?
Let me see if we can see that.
That would be broken out.
Yeah, that's not.
We don't specify that. If, as a council, if you want to say we only want the council's money to go to this portion, we can certainly do that, just like we allow the sportsman's groups.
I mean, I see why you're doing it. I have a little bit of grief with that, just private property and that, but you know, if it's gonna start a fire there and burn the forest, I get it.
That's the logic. I understand the apprehension, but it's right there near the property.
The other thing I want you to do is I want you to talk to Taylor about forestry fire money for that specific piece too. Because forestry fire, to my understanding, got like $10 million for this WUI stuff. And this is a perfect project, I think.
It probably fits that better than it does Habitat Council funds, honestly. Just I am super familiar with the area and understand some of the dynamics there. There definitely, the benefit is going to the folks that are up there probably more than it is to wildlife.
Yeah, that portion of the project is more fire.
So I would be supportive of making a motion that we try to find other funds to fund that portion if we can. The other thing is I was looking at the seed mix for the TIM stuff, and I just had a couple questions where the lower probable, but then the TIM stuff should be on. Yeah, the TIM stuff's on us. And are y'all having a lot of luck with winter fat seeding? I've seen it in a couple seed mixes now.
Well, this is the expert right here. But
Well, so I can't speak to like if we haven't monitored specifically winter fat, but it can definitely be seeded in these mixes at lower rates. If it's seeded at a rate low enough, the other seed can act as a carrier to push it through the broadcaster or the drill or whatever. And it can establish for sure. You can also seed it separately. You can seed it with a carrier, and it can work well. So there are definitely ways to work with it. It has its difficulties, but.
And I mean, I've worked a lot with a lot of the species that you have, a lot of the forms you have up there. Pretty excited to see the sweet veg, some of the penstemon. But again, on the front and on RWMAs, I would love to see some more forbs in there, and probably some like
Sandpoint.
I'd love to see some Sandpoint or some small Burnett or some, both. You know, that's a really, that tent that we made, they hold a ton of deer. And so just some more stuff that we know will establish it. Anyway. It's a comment.
It is masters on Winterfest.
And not too
Yeah.
large.
That's fun.
And-
We put seed coatings on it.
Yeah, we know.
Sweet.
We have better ways to slow it noise.
Well, and I mean, I've been out of the game for a long time, so. That's somebody,
We're trying to get back into Winterfest more.
And
that's
they're
somebody.
scaling that up now, right? They've got a
Yeah.
business that can apply the coatings and
Well, Winterfest's great. It's a great plan. If it's working, get to establish. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
we're trying to overcome those hurdles to using it. So
Sweet,
and Kyle did a big part of that.
sweet.
thanks for the input on the seed mixes too.
And honestly, I agree with you, Kyle, when you're talking about, you know, the theory behind putting habitat council funding or sportsman funding into fuels and fire reduction within a community. That helps the mountain not burn down. You know, you got to start in areas where ignition is more likely. So I disagree with Kobe. I think that even that part of it is appropriate for the council.
I'll definitely talk to Taylor. and
Yeah,
see.
I think they've got some money and I think this would be a good spot for it.
I'm not saying we don't fund it if we can't find other funding. I'm saying that my motion would look like this. I'll just make it. Move to approve, saying that we look for other funding methods for the WUI portion of the project. And if we can't find them, we move forward anyway.
I love that. I'll second that.
Oop, I eat it.
Got that, Lisa? Okay, you got Kobe with the motion and Tyler or the second. All in favor? Any opposed?
Tyler was louder.
You better speak up, Steve.
I think I was loudest.
Okay, next project, 7396 Sand Pitch Mountains.
Don't change the back. That's funny.
All right, so I'm presenting this project on behalf of Clint Wyrick, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, as project manager. This is phase 3, Sand Pitch Mountains Collaborative. So, done a lot of work in this area, done some lop and scatter, and a lot of preparation for a prescribed burn. So, phase 2, we're hoping to burn sometime in the next couple of weeks. Part of this highlighted polygon. And so, we're asking for more money to keep that burn going and to do more next year as well. So, this, in addition to the fire prescribed burn, we've got some lop and scatter of pinyon juniper and then some drill seeding on BLN land as well. This project has a lot of partners, Forestry, Fire, State Land, like I mentioned, or Fish and Wildlife Service, like I mentioned, Forestry, Fire, State Land, who's handling all the burn stuff, BLM, NRCS, EWR. And like I said, we're hoping to do some of this burning. We got funding for phase 2 here in the next couple of weeks, so it's ready to go. We just want to keep that going into next year as well. What's that? Yeah, so something interesting. So the landowners have virtual fencing, so they'll be able to rest the areas that we seed after the burn easily that way. Just draw new lines virtually and allow that seed to establish once we put it on there.
What does that color? Do you shock them or?
It does, yeah. So there's an auditory cue and a shock as well. So
I mean, this virtual fencing thing, I'm telling you guys, if we can get this to work, can you imagine tearing down all the fences? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a game changer. If the cost of it comes into to where it's worth it, it's totally a game changer.
it's a lot of neat
It
implications.
has bigger implications than that too. For us, it has implications of like spatial separation with bighorn and domestic sheep and goats, disease control. Like it's big. It's worth investing into.
I think people that are using it are really enjoying it.
You wouldn't have to have a herd.
And there's a couple different methods they have. One is like a radius and distance from a central state, and just kind of like some of the stuff you have from dogs in the yard. They also have ones that are completely GPS, more costly, obviously, but also they have more. You can do more with them, just like a wildlife call.
yeah, I got high hopes for this technology.
What was that piece of equipment that Turkey Federation bought for you? I'm assuming that's why you put it in there.
So I didn't have that picture.
It's the fuel tank?
Fuel truck.
Is it just
Yeah.
fuel tank?
Yeah.
And WTF funded this.
Go back one picture, that's a cloud seeding trailer. So that's a cloud seeding deal.
This is not the virtual collar stuff.
I think that's.
I don't think so. I think the one over there on the right is.
Okay.
The one on the left is definitely, I've got cloud seeding trailers like that go over.
So it's online.
You have a comment, Clint?
It's like this project goes all the way from the base of the mountain all the way clear up to the top. So
Yeah.
So
It
you have
does.
some real high elevation stuff there.
Yeah, so implications for lots of species, including big game. Significant contributions coming from other agencies, including NRCS. So in previous phases, landowners put NRCS dollars on public land, on some of their allotments. And we're wanting to put some more on private land as well. Also significant in-kind portion coming from the landowners. They're planning to fly the seed on in kind. And they're heavily invested in the area, done a lot of work on their own. So it's been good to work with them, good partners. So.
On the lower drill seating on the BLM, is there, it looks like, cheatgrass is pretty bad. Is there herbicide along with that or?
Yeah, so I think the BLM is wanting to apply that. I just don't think it's part of this proposal.
Can we get you to break out that in kind? You've got it all packaged under other. We won't get any credit for the actual folks that are doing the in kind if we leave it in the other category.
We can just change it to private. Cause
It's
it's
not
just,
all private though.
oh,
Some of
it's
it's
not all
forest and
private?
fire.
Oh, okay. I think I already asked.
Just the
them to
source
Split it.
categories. Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
On your, I'm sorry that I keep looking at this. On your low elevation stuff, like I totally get the aggressive grass mix, like that doesn't, I understand that. And it's good on the higher elevation stuff. Again, I think I would love to see stuff that we know that deer will eat. There's some good stuff in there that we could have some more inexpensive, and especially on private, we don't have the same hurdles.
Sure.
So,
Yeah, I like that comment.
so I guess I would add, throw some Sandpoint in there, throw some small Burnett in there. I like to keep that smallmouth in there. You're always great for cover. Loose flax is a great plant, but they're not going to eat some of that, right? So, anyway.
Yeah, I can pass that along.
I think this is another one that if Forestry Fire does have money, and I think they might this is another one that will fit into that perfectly.
Motion to approve, please, evaluate adjusting the higher elevation seed mix to add forbs that are highly palatable for mule deer and elk.
Cody with motion and Randy with second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that is the central region. Southeast region. Salina Creek, got Evan.
Yeah, so this is Salina Creek Phase 7 through 9. So as you can tell, they've done a lot of great work in the past, and we're looking to continue to do some more work. This is a project that the Forest Service has planned out, Kelly Cornwall. It's both in the southern region and the southeastern region, and sits on the border there. This year, it's a multi-year project, and as part of this year and the following 2 phases, they're looking to burn about 3,000 to 5,000 acres in aspen and ponderosa stands throughout there. So trying to reset that several stage, trying to get new aspen regenerating, clear out some ladder fuels and kind of that fuels throughout ponderosa stands to protect them from bigger fires in the future and keep those nice and healthy, as well as getting some release of like forbs and grasses for big game throughout that area. As part of that, they're looking for some money as well to do surveys and monitoring and post-fire weed control. I think having it planned over 3 years will help a lot with some flexibility, being able to get fires going throughout that area. Additionally, this year, they're looking to do about 2,486 acres of lop and scatter throughout that as kind of a sagebrush area with encroaching juniper. And they'd like to do lop and scatter in there to preserve that area, as well as doing some archaeological clearance, 470 acres. I think that's, I don't know how the multi-year ones work for this. I just focus on this year's stuff. I think that is some clearance for future burning that they have planned to do in a future year, but there's some archaeological clearance more to the south here for bull hogging that they're planning to do next year, but they're going to try and get funding to do our clearance for that and get that done this year. This was rated our number 2 deer, our number 3, or number 2 deer and elk, number 3 for turkey by the biologists in our region. And yeah, just all around a great project to preserve and protect and restore some of that habitat throughout there, the encroaching conifer, and keep it great for the game. If you have any more past phases, they put in some guzzlers throughout there. So I think that's where some of these images are coming from. Some of the past phases through there. But yeah, it's a great area and they've been doing a lot of great work there. Love to keep it going.
About the tethers, about the multi-year.
Yeah, so we made a change with WRI this year where we allowed folks to put it for multiple years. So basically ask for up to 3 years. And really the way we're treating that is we still want them to provide a funding request and a plan for each individual year. And what we'll do is if we approve it for multiple years, we'll basically just put it at the top of the funding list for WRI for the subsequent 2 years. It'll still come to the sportsman's groups every year. It'll still come to this committee every year. But that's why you're hearing about multiple year.
So it's just like it gets a kind of a priority bump of, hey, this project is going to take multiple years to get done. We started it, we want to finish it.
Yeah, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to give these guys the opportunity to enter into multi-year contracts with folks that might be doing some of this forestry type work. Part of the agreement though is that they have to justify why they want or why they need a multiple year approval. And so we'll take that into consideration. We may, for example, take a look at this project, decide that it doesn't warrant multi-year approval, and we'll just approve fiscal year 26 and they'll come back with the extra years. Or we'll give it the 3-year approval and they won't have to come back through WRI every year.
So is this 1.8 million, is that for all 3 years? Is that also true then for the habitat funds that are on here? Is that
No, the habitat fund is just for this year. So we will never come to Habitat Council and ask for multi-years because the council can't technically speak for future councils is what we've been told. So we'll still come back every year for that. So yeah, for fiscal year 26, it needs 519.
Yeah, or I think total 569 is what they're asking for this fiscal year. I think kind of in the lower section, they might have broken it out for.
Oh yeah, so she's got the Habitat Council.
The other reason we kind of took that 3 years, we've moved to doing these high elevation projects, which we love, but our fiscal year really screws up implementation wise and trying to get money and agreements in place. Having 2 years for them to actually implement really helps out the implementation side.
A shorter implementation.
Yeah, they just have from June to September-ish to actually implement our fiscal years right and smack in the middle of that. So having them have more flexibility has really helped on the ground implementation.
So I see sport fish on there for this phase. I didn't see anything related to sport fish in your description of the project. Here.
I guess they have listed Bonneville cutthroat trout. It's a Forest Service planned project, so as far as their specifics on that, I'm not 100% sure. But I guess generally the restoration of the habitat and prescribed fire will help out stream health. I don't know exactly what
Those guys love fire.
I'm not
Right.
sure exactly. Yeah, I know.
Because there's
I'm not sure exactly what their thoughts were on.
benefit from that. Yeah, I get it.
I'm
It's
not
it's
sure.
very loose connection though.
Yeah.
And I can help out a little bit too.
Or long and scattered.
So I'm TJ Cook. I'm the habitat manager in the Southeast region, previously the restoration biologist. I believe the logic on that was fire on our terms is going to be better for stream health than fire on Mother Nature's terms. So if we can go in and do some of these fuels reduction treatment and do some prescribed fire, have less impact on stream and fish in that area than if the fire goes on its own terms.
With
That
that
was kind of the logic. I don't know if you guys like that logic or not.
The
but-
logic also would apply if we do fish habitat restoration and things can come and drink from that area, then it's beneficial to anything else, correct?
Oh, every time they do fish habitat restoration, they bill that big game as much as they can.
So I
that
was very, very particular when I went through on this, doing Habitat Council amounts on this. And I went and looked into the project details and searched for those specific species. Brownbill trout was mentioned 12 different times in the description of the project to me. And I felt like it was the points that they made were valid. And so that's why I included Bonneville, or that's why I included aquatics. Because I know that this meeting is the hardest meeting to do the Habitat Council proportions for, because they're really big game projects, but there are going to be benefits to other species. And so I spent I put in a lot of effort to make sure that I was not just like throwing.
Yeah, I
stuff.
just was trying
So,
to, wrap my mind around.
Yeah, one of the things.
What the sideboards are as far as rationale for hitching your wagon to X, Y, or Z thing. And I understand.
We call it sport fish adjacent.
It's called sediment transport.
Yeah.
With that logic, I think we gotta move 20% to sport fish.
No, I mean, 100%.
I'll keep
Throw it in
there,
there.
right?
One of the big things they talked about too in the need was just the reduction of other, not necessarily just the reduction of fire risk, but also the reduction of sediment deposition into the river and erosion and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
So,
just future point for you all as you're presenting the project, you know, if you're gonna throw money at X, Y, or Z component of the council, try to mention it in your presentation.
Yeah.
Just throw that out.
You are my favorite person in the world.
So,
Every freaking.
so let me speak to something else, because we've had that issue in the past. And so one thing that we put in our rankings this year or last year, I think, is if you list a species under this as benefiting, there has to be at least one sentence in the description saying how it benefits that species. So you should be able to, as Allison did, do a search on this page right here and find.
Normally, my
all of
due
those
diligence,
species.
if I weren't sitting in for Drew, would be just that, but
But I'm glad Allison did it.
sight unseen,
Thanks, Allison.
But
had to pose the question.
if you want to change it, that's,
yeah,
we're here.
there's
So
also
don't
that
worry.
too.
I mean,
It's not
if
set-
it's,
set in
if it's
stone.
spelled out, and I'm guessing you all, as stated, conferred with the aquatic section on this and
Yes,
their
we did.
thumbs up on it.
Yep. Southern Regions Aquatic Section, because we actually pushed back on it as well. It said, nah, this doesn't count. I think it was Nick, Braithwaite. I could be lying to you, but in previous years, we've leaned on them and they've vouched for them and said, no, let's leave it in there. So.
Well, I like your seed mix, if that makes you feel better. Even on
good.
federal ground,
You're good Forbes.
I guess there's like, you probably have, you get off the Wasatch Front and you probably have a little more flexibility, is what I'm assuming on some of it too.
It's pretty personnel dependent, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I was surprised they're allowing the prairie clover up on the Wasatch, but I guess we'll take what we can get.
Well, that botanist may not have seen that seed mix yet.
I think that was native to North America, probably just not Utah.
It is native to North America. I mean, it gets close, like the Front Range.
It's all about scale.
They're real picky about the seed that we buy for them and put on their land. I'll tell you that right now.
Isn't that weird?
It is kind of weird.
Yeah, and we're trying to plant it into the smooth brome that they converted in the 60s and 70s.
Any other thoughts on Salina Creek? Comments, questions?
It's a good project. It's a good project. And I will say this in defense of adding other species. Here's another perspective. I'm just going to say this to that there's sometimes this feeling that a big game project, that we take credit for other species. And I'm not the big game rep, but I'm helping Steve defend his stuff. That big game pulls in other species and takes credit for that. And I've yet to see a good big game project that doesn't benefit other species, right? It may be big game centric. It may not benefit fish as much. But as far as other upland species and things go, there's a lot of projects that get done that benefit a lot of other species that get funded because of big game.
Like non-game.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the benefit of seeing some of these fire projects come through is you have to deal with the ecosystem, right? You're dealing with a system across.
And the funding in big game has the ability to do that.
But I mean, you can play it both ways, and I'm completely comfortable with that. I just, wasn't aware because again, I hadn't read it today.
I think that comment was more directed at me than.
Kindly.
He mentioned
It was
kindly. Well, here's the other thing that's going on is that sport fish is under allocated by about $300,000.
Oh,
so you got extra money. I told Allison, I said, if it smells even a little bit like sport fish, put 20 grand in. It's like, a little bit of justification is going to be better than next meeting where there's no justification for putting sport
If
fish.
you guys would just allow us to fund road known for actual fish projects, then we'd be good to go.
So there's a little of that.
But with that said, like Yanni said, if you guys don't, if you have another suggestion of what the percentage should be,
No,
I will not be offended at that. I just did my very best and you guys are the subject experts, so.
We disagree with it, but we'll pass it. There you
Okay, thanks, Kobe.
Let's hear a motion on this.
go. Move to approve.
Second it. Cool. You got me.
Blake, a second.
Just money.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
But that was, take it before you take more of my money.
Hey, just for tracking purposes, left side Seb was mentioned here a good bit. You want to go 5 and 5 with sport and not game fish. I mean,
There's no such thing.
Eric would not.
there's no ability to track that, like as far as our investment of.
So when, I mean, Eric has made the decision several years, like 2 years ago, that he, since it's already being merged together and Habitat Council comes from licensed dollars, that he would just rather all be that way. And when we report it and when we do, like, at the end of the year, we do our fiscal reporting on it, it gets all merged together too.
Just as an FYI
So-
for us from a DJ standpoint, Dingle Johnson Federal Fish Dollars, we've expanded the scope of our grant
Okay,
to be inclusive of the assemblage that supports sport species, even if they are not sport species, to be eligible for the use of DJ.
oh, gotcha.
So our mindset is more like, again, we're trying to manage an assemblage. Bonneville cutthroat trout, if they don't have anything to eat, aren't going to be Bonneville cutthroat trout.
So
So
we can
if
definitely,
weather sides are co-occupying habitat,
I mean, we can report it for you. It's just not anywhere else. It's not gonna, like, any of the reporting, it's not gonna show up. You'll have to do like a specific
query.
for it,
Yeah,
which
that's
is
fine.
possible.
As long as we can do the query, through you or.
Yeah,
whoever,
yeah,
and
that's
tracks,
fine.
That's all.
Okay.
By species.
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, and that's an Eric decision. And we've had non-game reps on this council before. No longer.
Okay, we'll move on. Arts draw.
It's 10:30, Danny. Do you want to do a break or wait till after?
I was thinking just get through southeast and then we'll take a break.
Sounds good.
3519.
All righty. Hearts Draw. Excuse me. This is a project down by Monticello. It's one they've been working towards getting done for quite a while, but it's the BLM property. They have all the NEPA and everything ready to go on it. As you can see, they have kind of the acres there separated into 2 separate bits. They'd like to masticate this area. They're looking to do about 398 acres of their own mastication and lop and scab work. I think that's that area highlighted now.
This is Forest Service?
Forest Service, yeah. I say,
I think BLM.
oh, it's Forest Service, I'm sorry. I said BLM. It's Forest Service down there. This is old chaining area that started to infill quite a bit. Looking through it though, I did notice a couple weeks ago when I went down there, there's still quite a bit of grass and sagebrush throughout there. But it's getting pretty infilled, and so they want to go in there and whole hog that and keep those areas with the brush and the grass growing instead of getting encroached and having it die off.
What's the sign say? He's holding the sign.
It's
It has
just
the
their
date, it's-
monitoring.
yeah.
What's the date on that? Can you read that?
23? Yeah, 23 or 25, something like that. I don't know exactly what year. That's just some monitoring work they've been doing out there to kind of show a little bit of change.
So lower elevation for City's property.
Yeah, it's more lower elevation.
He probably got the camera.
So as you can see through there, there's some decent brush and grass still, but we can get rid of those trees now. We can keep it in pretty good condition for them. But yeah, it's fairly simple, fairly straightforward project.
$414,000 or 80,000 Habitat Council.
Got 135 from the sportsman's groups.
Yeah, I got some support there and I'd be willing to phase it out if need be. Obviously, the more they can do, the more economical it is contracting it out, but we can phase it out.
And this is a medium rank WRI project, so it's gonna have to get funding from here or from internal conservation permit or Pittman Robertson. Because it won't get WRI funding.
And so they feel like this project, like there is no need for seed, feel like they've got enough understory where it's gonna respond.
Yeah.
Boy, that picture sure didn't support that.
It did not. And
I
you're
was,
already
I
doing
was
a full
concerned
farm.
about it too, and so I drove out there and maybe if it were me, I'd probably still seed, but I can maybe see the point of view that it might not be necessary. Some of the areas are better than others, but they didn't plan in any seeding for it.
It's mostly warm season stuff too, so it might be just the time of year when the picture was taken where you're not seeing as much, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Just
That's a good point.
Cut them down on the cash and just stuff starts popping up everywhere, you know?
just the time I've been down there when I was like, it's been 10 years, but the times that I've been down on that site, we usually have gone later in the summer to read them, to do the monitoring. We did quite a bit of sagebrush die-off monitoring in that area.
And you're saying you just would see more after the monsoons.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, that's my guess. Is why the pictures don't show that.
How many acres is it again?
In total, including what they're doing, it's 1,337. I think just of what they're asking for help money wise is 938.
Hopefully I can pipe in. I know the adjacent land ownership on the BLM, that's all been treated fairly recently. So we can look at those projects and see if they seeded some of those areas and how it looks. See if we can make some adjustments from that previous treatment. I also think we can lean on the forest and say, hey, if we're gonna do this, let's throw, maybe just some forbs in or whatever needs be and apply a little pressure on
Yeah,
it.
it looks like your browse is probably good. It just looks like there's a lot of bare. And I guess my point is if you're spending that much on mastication and you're already there, it just feels like you've got the method to aerially broadcast something and get it into the ground with a bunch of bullhogs driving across the ground.
Right.
And so it just feels like a missed opportunity. That's where I'm struggling. So that's all I'll say.
We have a range trend site on the nearby BLM. That's quite a bit of grass.
Does it? But it'd be interesting to see if what they did when they treated it.
Because it looks like the
Doesn't look like
BLM
they seeded it.
the adjacent BLM did not seed it there.
All right.
I'm looking at the top yellow point.
So that tells me they've had a successful treatment on the BLM with no seed, are probably talking to each other.
That's like
why they're busy.
7,500 feet elevation.
Then let's leave it alone.
I do want to say one more thing though. I hate the straight lines. You guys know I hate the straight lines. Is that just laziness or are they actually planning to bull hog straight down that boundary? Because I'm hoping you're gonna feather it a little bit.
Yeah, hopefully they feather it a little bit. I know some of those areas, like you're saying, they've done BLM in the past, so maybe it'll butt up to some past treatments of BLM and not look quite like a straight line, but
please do.
I think the BLM treated it 2 years ago now, so it looks really straight, but they're just following ownership. Some of
The map
already
is
a
the map
straight
is
line on
bull
the other
hog
side
right
of the
down the
fence.
boundary, and I hate that.
Right.
All right. So here's my motion. I feel like I can control this if I make the motion, so I'll do it. All right. Motion to approve. I'd like you to go back to the Forest Service and see if they're willing to add some forbs. If they are, we could look at possibly some ICP funding or something like that for the seed. But that's
right.
And a flight. That's my motion.
I'll second it if they don't make the line straight.
Okay, we'll talk to him on that too.
Yeah, I hate the straight lines too. I agree with Tyler.
And some of them do butt up to where it's already been treated, so it's just, it won't look as straight.
And at times, like I've seen when they've done projects that are straight lines and it looks so dumb.
Yeah, and can you see that from how far too? Is it like right on the footrail? You can see it from town.
I don't know if you can quite see it from town, but it's pretty close there.
Okay, so we have a motion, Toby, seconded by Steve. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Last one for the Southeast region is Henry Mountains.
Yeah, so this one's a BLM project. They have gotten all the NEPA done that they've been looking to do there on the Henrys. So this is kind of a first phase of hopefully a lot more work we'll be able to do with them out there. For this, it's also retreating old chainings, but they're going into lop and scatter. It's not the stage the last one was at. The trees are a lot smaller in most of the areas, but we're working on SITLA and BLM property to go in and lop and scatter and maintain those chainings and keep the grass and shrubs throughout that area. 3 separate areas on the Henrys there: Eagle Bench, Airplane Springs, and Dugout. They have $250,000 already going towards it. They needed some additional funding as well as funding to cover the work being done on the SITLA property. We were able to get quite a bit of support from sportsmen's groups on it, so there's not a whole lot left we need for this part of it. But I think just a great overall project and a great start to hopefully a lot of future phases of work we do with combined with them out there on the Henrys.
What was your target rating on this? I think that was the dry one, correct one.
It was number 7 in our region for turkey for this. It's mostly lop and scatter, cleaning up some of those old chains and stuff.
So the 48,175 is what's left after the sportsman's put 200K on it. That's good because it's also a medium ranked WI project. That's great. We miss you in here, buddy.
Lop and scatter's great. Get ahead of everything.
Yeah.
Lots of acres for us farms.
Yeah, keep the vegetation and stuff there, so we don't have to worry about the seeding in the future.
These are paintings from the 60s, 70s, 80s, right?
Yeah.
And I probably treated them in like 2010 or something.
It might be way cheaper.
So there's a method, and you know what herbicide they're using to do it?
I don't.
You have to find out if it's approved by, because BLM has to have, they have their list of the feds. They're usually ahead of the Forest Service, but there's a method where you shoot the trees with just a paintball.
Smaller junipers.
Smaller junipers with a paintball, and it just kills that tree.
Yeah, I've heard about, read about that too. We've kind of gotten to the point that it's like if we're paying someone to visit each individual tree to do something, you might as well chop that sucker down. Because that's guaranteed to kill it. I think it's cheaper too.
Would it be cheaper? That's my question. Is the paintball's cheaper?
No, I don't think the paintballs are cheaper.
They would be more fun.
Yeah.
Especially if you did it out of a helicopter.
I was just telling Randy, why wasn't that job at career day in high school?
Get that if you didn't have to out there shooting.
Right?
Yeah.
We don't grow up, we just.
Questions, comments?
I
Motion?
mean, this is a huge, obviously the sportsman's groups love this one, so let's make it happen. I'm motion to approve it.
Motion from Tyler,
I'll second it.
second from Randy. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Let's take a break. Come back at 11 o'clock.
I knew.
Yeah, you're
Okay, thank you. We're back from break. We're gonna move on to the Northeast region. Looks like we have Tori presenting online.
Yeah, hi, my name is Tori Mathis. I'm the restoration biologist in the Northeast region. I apologize about not being there in person. But hopefully we can get through these okay anyway. This first project, Book Cliffs Wildlife Habitat Improvements, has several different components. It might be a little complicated to get through, but there you can see there's some riparian stuff down on Meadow Creek and Willow Creek in the Book Cliffs, includes some BDAs, stream improvements, as well as some tamarisk removal there on Willow Creek, Lower Willow Creek. This portion of the project, I believe, is fully funded through a different source. So we don't need to worry too much about that, but it does benefit cutthroat trout and any of the species that are going to use that riparian corridor. Bison especially like to spend time there in the creek bottoms. So hopefully that portion will benefit bison as well. That other big black blob that you see, the bullhog portion, it's a bullhog and seeding. Daniel, I guess you're probably running the computer.
I am. Still know what to do.
It'd be easier if I was there in person, but if you can kind of remember what we did last week, the conservation permit meeting, there is this project had been funded before previously. I had a contractor out on site and they just weren't able to get much done. They had some problems. So there is one ridge that's just to the east of those that are highlighted. If you can turn on the aerial imagery and zoom in on that ridge, the Google had been has updated the imagery. You can kind of see what the contractor had been able to do. It's that one where your cursor is, yes. So you can kind of get a sense of what the treatment will be like when it's done. I had a size limitation on the specifications. I said, so if it's over 12 inches in diameter, leave it in place. If it's under 12 inches, cut it. There are a few places where they didn't quite make that 12-inch spec, but that kind of big open area right in the center of the screen is pretty good. They had done a pretty good job right there. So that's kind of what I expect it to look like when it's all done. If you'll go to the documents, Daniel, I've got some GPS collar locations that I think tell an interesting story on this. That first one right there, I took all of the bison locations in that area. So the orange polygons you see there are the area that was treated in the previous phase of the project. This is what they were able to get done. So I looked at all of the bison locations for 1 year immediately preceding when that treatment started. You can see that the bison like to spend time in the open areas on Winter Ridge. They don't spend a lot of time down on these tree-covered ridges towards the south. The few exceptions there, like the few that are in that polygon, it was kind of an open area before it was treated. There were some scattered trees, but it was an area that had some openings, had some understory vegetation in place, but they mostly don't use those ridges. So now if you'll go to the next one, Daniel, this is all of the locations in 1 year immediately after they finished that treatment. And you can see that the bison have expanded down that ridge and are using more of that treated area. And this is only 1 year, one growing season. Hasn't been a lot of time for things to grow yet, but they've already started to use that ridge a little bit more. So you had a little conversation earlier. Kobe brought up the dilemma. Do we treat areas where they're already using it, hoping to increase the forage that's there, or do we treat areas that they're not using, hoping to expand the area they'll use? In this case, I think it's pretty clear that if we treat these areas where they're not using it because the trees are too dense. We open it up, we add some additional seed, it will expand their range and they will have additional forage as a result. So let's go back to the map for a minute. The other treatment types are more intended for mule deer. The bull hog area is a little bit too low in elevation for deer summer range. It's too high for deer winter range. They do pass through it on their migration. But let's go to the herbicide application. That one. A couple of years ago, I don't remember exactly when, I was on a tour out there with our biologist, Clint Sampson. I believe Covey was on that tour with us. Do you remember going there, Covey? We'd gone down in Meadow Creek and Willow Creek and looked at our WMAs there, and we were trying to look at anything we could do to benefit mule deer. We came up Moon Ridge Canyon on the Moon Ridge into the chaining, and Covey saw all the sagebrush that was there and said something to the effect of, the deer aren't eating the sagebrush during the summer. Can we get rid of some of that? Well, that's exactly what this portion of the project is going to do. We're going to spray it with tebutyron herbicide, all of these polygons to reduce the amount of sagebrush cover, allow the understory grasses and forbs to flourish. Hopefully that will provide more forage for bison, for elk, for deer as well. The other polygon that the harrow, let's talk about the harrow first. So this is one that I've been wanting to do for a number of years. I've been trying to get the BLM on board to do the NEPA. I finally got somebody there who's willing to push it, but they did tell me that their higher ups are not likely to let it go through. So it might end up just being the Sitla portion of this project, which it's mostly on Sitla. But the property boundary goes right down the divide there. But I've been wanting to do this one for a couple of years because our collar locations for deer show that their summer range is a rather narrow strip right along the top of the divide. And, we can do a spike herbicide like on that other treatment and then release the existing understory. But if there's not a lot of forbs there to begin with, we're not going to get any forbs coming out after we do the herbicide. So I wanted to try to really increase the amount of forbs available for deer in this area, which requires some ground disturbance. So I want to do a harrow. I want to seed it with as many forbs as I can do. And it's a small area. Part of that is just because of the terrain. It's steep enough once on either side of that you just can't take the equipment on it. So it's a kind of a small area. Hopefully it will really improve the summer range for the deer that are right there. That other line right there is a fence. When our Book Cliffs working group got together to discuss issues related to deer in this area, one of the problems that was identified was the lack of control for grazing in that area. Part of it is due to the fences have not been maintained. We've got bison and elk and horses that destroy the fences. So this is a section we need to go in and replace. We're going to take out the old barbed wire fence and put in a pipe fence that hopefully will stand up to the abuse a little bit better. So there are a bunch of pictures of all of the different treatment types. This is the area that will be harrowed and seeded. You can see it's all sagebrush. There are other areas on the divide that have a lot of bitterbrush and serviceberry. You can kind of see those in the background a little bit. But this section where I'm harrowing is mostly sagebrush. So hopefully it'll make an improvement there. So these are all areas that would be harrowed, I believe. This is part of the spike treatment, the herbicide treatment. Similar kind of an area, but just a different treatment type. So.
Corey, I've been looking through the seed mixes and stuff in this project. Like, I don't know how to say this other than this is like exactly what I'm super excited about this project. Like, this is exactly what from a big game perspective, like what we're looking for. This feels like a freaking awesome project.
Thank you.
Well, that's good because it was number one out of the region in WRI. So
Yeah,
we're finally aligning.
It was our number one WRI rank. It was our number one deer project, our number one bison project, and our number two elk project. Our number one elk project was doing some guzzlers on Diamond Mountain. So, yeah, this is an important one for everything we've got out there.
Yeah, looking at your Harrow seed mix and looking at your other seed mix, like that is exactly what we're looking for. That's awesome. I'm excited.
Someone's pointing to his audience.
Hey, they didn't know that this is a well designed. Like this is a good big game project. It's a good deer project,
and it's a good cutthroat trout project.
Thanks back. So are we sharing this one 50-50 with sport fish?
I saw wetness.
I think it's the only stream in the book cliffs.
So it does have sport fish on there, but Al, if you look at that funding again, close out the Habitat Council, there is scroll up that BOR funding, that $500,000 is B2B funding. That was from what I've heard, that is approved, and that was going to be applied to the stream restoration, the tamarisk removal. So I don't know that we need sport fish money on this one because we have this other funding source to take care of the streams. But yeah, that's something that you guys can decide.
I don't care how it gets funded as long as it gets funded. It's a great project.
I don't get funded. So it is a great project.
Yep.
Can we like 119?
Somebody needs to make a motion on this one. Wait, before you make a motion, bring up the seed mix for me really quick, just to show the group.
So there's two different seed mixes, one for the bullhog, and the bullhog mix honestly is, because that area is more for bison and elk than for deer, it's going to be a little heavier on the grasses. The Harrow mix is, I really wanted to go heavy on the forbs specifically for deer. So this one is the bullhog mix.
This is the bullhog one, but if you even look at this, yeah, you've got a lot of grasses in the seed mix. All good stuff that's not going to really outcompete your forbs are pushing out pretty good stuff. And then you get down in there and you've got high quantities of small burnet, high quantities of sandfoin.
I don't see any of those on there. We all go nerd out on that stuff. They need to put both, like,
they're at the top of the forb list. 2 and 3 pounds. That's a lot of sense.
Hey, don't listen to Tyler. That's the perfect amount.
It's cheap though. It's only
really,
it's
really not that much. If you look at the
PLS,
the seeds per square foot on the second to last column.
So it's a little seed.
Yeah.
The small burnet is a big seed.
So the lesson for today is put small burnet and sandpoint in your seed mix when Kobe's on the Habitat Council. I agree. I love those two species just as much as alfalfa.
Yeah, I like this. Sorry, Tori, I didn't mean to take over your presentation. Good project.
Thank you.
I'll make the motion to approve it.
I'll second it.
Tyler with the motion and Steve with the second. All in favor?
Yes, aye.
2 ayes for Kobe.
Yes, I.
Any opposed? Okay, the next one is Marshall Draw and Kraus Bench.
So this project is about cheatgrass control, but it's on, so our Marshall Draw WMA on Diamond Mountain, and then Kraus Bench is on one of our WMAs down in Browns Park. So this is the Diamond Mountain deer herd. It does include adjacent BLM lands. I have been working with the BLM range con he's working on the NEPA for this. But with the two different areas, I'm going to try two different approaches for cheatgrass control. We have an herbicide that's a little bit newer called Rejuvra that does control cheatgrass better than the plateau herbicide that we had such high hopes for in the past. But it does prevent us from seeding into the area after it's applied. So for the Rejuvra, I've been wanting to try to find a place to use it, but I wanted to find a spot where it already had good existing native perennials, so that we wouldn't have to seed, but we'd still control the cheatgrass. And I think I found that spot on Marshall Draw. Years ago, we did a prescribed fire in this area, and as cheatgrass has started to move up higher in elevations, I've noticed some cheatgrass spreading into that burned area on Marshall Draw. And so this is the spot that I want to try that Rejuvra herbicide. And so it'll be sprayed with herbicide this coming summer, like August timeframe. And then hopefully that will control cheatgrass for the next 5 years or so, reducing the seed bank, protecting that area that is already in pretty good shape. On Krause Bench, this is an area we've been fighting for a long time. It's got a lot more cheatgrass in it. At first, I wondered if this would be a good spot for Rejuvra. I've been going back and forth because there is some existing perennials. There's some western wheatgrass. There's some four-wing. But I think what I need to do is I'm going to spray that with Plateau one more time. We've treated it in the past, but we always seeded the same time we did the herbicide spraying, and I think we just killed our seed. So this time we're going to spray it, wait a year, and then do our seeding. So, and if that seeding works, then I would like to follow it up with Rejuvra in the future. So these pictures are there on Krause Bench. There, you can see there is some native vegetation in there, but it's not a lot. There's a lot of cheatgrass. So, and this is an important wintering area for deer from the Browns Park unit, not from the Diamond Mountain unit. We have hundreds of deer that winter in Browns Park. Not a lot of them from our collar data are using Krause Bench. I think that's probably because the habitat isn't as good as it is in other spots. Hopefully we can see some improvements. So these have all been on Krause Bench. There should be some pictures of Marshall Draw coming up that just keep going. There you go. This is on Marshall Draw. And I had to hike to find some places where there were some cheatgrass to take pictures of it. So I tried to get some pictures that had cheatgrass in them, but you can see there's a lot of good native stuff there. We really just want to protect that with this herbicide application. So that's kind of it. Any questions?
I have one, Tori, on this one. Yeah, I know seeding after plateau can be tricky for sure. And anytime you're using a pre-emergent like that, it can be tricky. Have you all ever tried, Danny says yes. I was wondering if you all have ever tried like having like in your row, dumping like activated charcoal with the seed to try to create a little buffer where you deactivate the herbicide.
I have not. I know that's something that our GBRC has been researching. As far as I know, that's not really at the point where we can scale it to project size. Danny can correct me on that, but I know they have experimented with that. But what we have found with the plateau is that it breaks down quite a bit, and if we wait a year,
you'll be okay.
Seeding, it's generally okay. So hopefully it'll work out all right.
Yeah, to answer first your question is there has been quite a bit of research on different ways to protect seeds from herbicides, and it's mixed and it is hard to scale it up. And BYU's done a bunch of work with this. And then this, what we call like a 2-entry approach with plateau, is more the standard in other states. And we've kind of been pushing that here for the past number of years. I think we all just tried to just do it all at once, but having two different entries with the herbicide and then the seed later. And then now, like, you know, there's different options with like Rejuvera. If you can get some good establishment, you know, maybe like 2 years from now, from after seeding, and then go hit Rejuvera to give your
on the back end.
Yeah.
On the front.
Yeah. Okay. And then you can let those plants continue to grow and take over. I'm really excited that Tori's found a good spot like this because he's doing exactly what using Rejuvera as a tool can be really good. And this, what he's described as finding a spot that has
some intact habitat,
yeah,
still intact.
If you're just throwing Rejuvera out onto a cheatgrass monoculture, you're going to create a moonscape and create more problems than, so that it's a tool. The control on that can last 5 years. And so the idea is maybe you kill all the seeds in the seed bank and you get much longer control
than that. So I have one more question. As we're starting to do a couple of these projects, can we think about this when we do the next WRI field tour? I'm just seeing some of the Rejuva stuff in more intact. If we have some of that intact, I'd love to see some of that when we go out.
We did a demonstration side-by-side plots at the Fountain Green WMA that's now 4 years after the fact. And so I've got plateau, control, and Rejuvera side by side.
Watching them. That's awesome. All right, I can step out.
So I'm happy to have you contradict me on this. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but there's a little justification in this one for sage grouse use. But I went in and checked all the legs anywhere in the area, and they're showing no leg activity. So I'm wondering about the upland component on this. I like the project, but I'm questioning the upland component.
You're right, there aren't any lakes nearby this project, but it does include the lower ends or the lower elevations of Marshall Draw do overlap our mapped sage grouse habitat. There's probably not a lot of sage grouse use right there. And we could almost certainly get more sage grouse use if we could manage to do a good lop and scatter on the private land just to the south of this. But it is mapped sage grouse habitat. That what you're seeing there is the SGMA, which includes way more than it should for actual habitat. But there should be some grouse use on the those lower elevations of Marshall Draw, but it's probably not a lot. There may be some. I know there are a few sage grouse that spend some time in Browns Park. I don't know how many. Probably not any on the Crouse Bench right now, just because it doesn't have the sagebrush. But if we can improve that area, we might start to get sage grouse use there where we don't currently. I wouldn't say sage grouse is a major component of the benefit, but I think there is enough overlap with the habitat that we can justify having it on there.
Now, I appreciate it. Like I said, it's not to be argumentative, but this isn't the first one. There's several of these where they're using that argument, and I've gone in and checked, and there's zero activity. And I'm not talking 1 or 2 miles. I'm talking miles around that area where the legs aren't showing any activity at all. Yeah. So, okay, thank you.
The other thing to keep in mind is on a lot of these projects, we have a game that we play. I like to call it the Watershed Restoration Initiative, where the goal is to get a high score on the ranking. So claiming sage grouse kind of helps you get that high score. A lot of project managers will we'll claim things that may be a little bit marginal. I really do think there is a legitimate argument for claiming benefits to grouse on this, but admittedly, it's not the major consideration.
Okay, so I'll be honest, I think this is a good project and I would vote for it. And it's not a lot of money. I get it. It's only going to be $6,500 for me, but I'm $250,000 in the hole. I don't see the benefit for everyone on this, or if it is, it's so small. It's a very, very, very small component of this project.
On a motion?
Well, I'll make a
Change that.
motion to approve it, but I don't want any upland money on it.
So put that in motion then.
My motion is to approve it with zero upland money on it.
I'll second it if you do 5%.
Well, then that's not, that's not seconding the motion.
That's a substitute motion. Okay, I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion from Andy and a second from Tyler to remove any upland.
I'm assuming to put it in big game.
Oh, really?
But, yeah, well, this is a big project. I mean,
Hey, if there's no upland activity, there's even less sports fish activity.
What about water fowl?
Hey,
Yeah, it's been a little
I'm
quiet.
sitting here minding my own business.
I mean, it's fine. We're just preempting conversations that'll happen at next meeting. So
And
I'm okay
that's-
with that.
So the motion is to remove the upland money. All in favor of that?
Aye.
Are there any opposed?
It's okay if you do.
Voted by Ty. One voted.
Hey, thanks, Tori.
Thank you.
And now we're on to the southern region. Got Curtis, 5 Mile Pasture. Introduce yourself again.
Hello, everybody. My name is Curtis Roundy. I am a habitat restoration biologist in the southern half of the southern region. And it's my privilege today to present several projects, but we're going to start with 5 Mile Pasture. I'm going to brag a little bit on this one about our partnership with the U.S. Forest Service. Specifically, Mike Golden is the project lead on this project. He does an excellent job at putting together planning meetings and doing a lot of due diligence before a project gets put into WRI and presented to any of the groups or any of the people for funding consideration. And so I want to compliment him on that and explain to you guys a little bit about what you're seeing here and how that fits. So first off, this project is several different parts and pieces. So if you click on the lop and scatter portion for me, the lop and scatter portion is a portion of the project that is slated to go in this fiscal year. And it's the low hanging fruit. It's the area that is the leading edge of a really thicker patch of trees where there's marginal habitat use now from big game and sage grouse. And we're looking to expand on that area right now. And so we're going to lop and scatter the area and create a more usable space there. And then if you'll go down to the private portion for me, private portion has 2 different things happening there. The one that's highlighted right now is a wet mow for rabbit brush that exists kind of in and along the riparian corridor that's right there. And then the surrounding buck and pole fence that will be built will serve to protect that riparian corridor and habitat. And so we're just partnering with the private landowners in the area and trying to make this not hard lines or edges or things where we just treated the forest and forgot about the private lands, but combining them together, working with our farm bill biologist and the NRCS programs to try to get some money, but also pitching it to you guys to partner and pair with. So those are the this year's activities that are looking to be funded, as well as the out year archaeology for the polygon that is the mastication area. And so design features on the mastication area, we've noticed when we look at our collar data that mule deer especially really love edge. And where this is a key mule deer wintering area, we wanted to try to provide them as much edge habitat as possible and create all usable space where we masticated. And so Mike did a really great job at creating lots of extra edge and tried to add in the archaeology features that might exist, knowing kind of the lay of the land and having walked the areas, and he tried to hedge his bet. So some of these polygons, when they actually get implemented, depending on what the archaeology comes out to be, could shift and adjust a little bit, but he tried to put boots on the ground in this area and design something that worked really well to create usable habitat everywhere. And so commend Mike on his efforts there. He had multiple different stakeholders from the county and from the surrounding area, from the sportsmen's groups, out on field tours to show them this work and show them this project. And, you know, just really garners a lot of support, and then writes a really good project to justify what he's trying to do in these projects. And so with that, 3.16 miles of buck and pole fence, 570 acres of lop and scatter, 235 acres of rabbit brush mowing, and 1,901 acres of archaeology to go towards this project this year. And it's slated to benefit primarily big game. That's why we're at the big game habitat council meeting with it. But it also has benefits to turkey, sage grouse, and sport fish because of the other activities that are going on there. So
just to be clear, the only thing that's happening this year is the art clearance and the lop and scatter.
And I think there's funding for the mowing and the buck and pole.
Scott Hills is 27.
Okay. Right. So lop and scatter and out your art.
The culture for the bull hog.
For the bull.
So I should explain that too. That's the other thing that we requested and gave people the ability to do 2-year projects. Is we were seeing a lot of projects come and ask for cultural resources in year 1. They'd come back in year 2 and they wouldn't rank very high. And so we had a bunch of these orphaned cultural projects. So we basically said, if you're asking for cultural for a year 2, we want you to put the year 2 in so that we can judge the program as a whole.
So, yeah.
So Tyler, I actually wrote down on this one. Is this one that will get funding from you guys? Because
yeah, this is the #1 project out of the southern region, which that's a feat because you guys have like 60 projects. So yeah, this is a good
And
one.
it ranked really high for mule deer, elk, up there for turkeys as well. So I think it garnered support from all of the different areas.
It's actually the #1 project across the state.
And it got 120,000 from the sportsman's groups.
So where are the rainbow trout?
Have a little trout in the water.
So it feeds in from the area where we're going to provide the buck and pole.
But that's not happening until fiscal year 27.
Right. So they're downstream from that, but all of the upstream work feeds into that stream, eventually ends up where they're at. So
I mean, you got to do cultural to do the bull hog. So it's part of the bull hog. And anytime we're doing fuels work and reducing the chance of catastrophic wildfire, that is a trout project.
What's the tributary that's running through there?
it ties into Penguin Creek down lower. So
it's below the dam.
Yep. Penguin Creek is where it ties in, and there's rainbow trout, brown trout, sculpin, several different species that use that area. So Penguin Creek below Penguin Lake towards the, I would say, moderate use as a fishery there in and adjacent to this, but like definitely some use.
Thank you for the disclosure on that.
Yeah, it's a cattle grazing area. and we wanted to try and protect that area and create riparian habitat that would support future better uses of fishery. And we'll do our best to get Sane Point and Small Burnett and the seed mix for year 2 cultivate. Loud and clear. We heard
Someone's been paying attention.
I'll pass that along, and Mike's a quick study. He'll put it in the mix. So.
Good. The project's a good project.
I know Stan a couple of years ago had some projects right there with private landowners. Is this?
Yeah, so
continuation of that?
it's different areas than what Stan was working on. He was further downstream, a little closer to Cambridge Town with what he was working on, but similar work, rabbit brush mowing and stream protection work. So this is more of that same type of work, working with a different landowner on a different section of the stream.
What is this Forest Service's disposition towards non-native forests? Just curious.
I think it's a mixed emotion. So it depends on where it's located at and how close to wilderness areas and different things. And so I've seen a mixed emotion from that. So sometimes they're open to it and willing to accept it. And sometimes it's a hard native seed only line. And so I think it's a little bit of a mixed bag.
Gary.
Yeah, I was just going to mention on that private piece too, it is a walk-in access area.
Thanks, Gary. I was gonna ask that question next.
I mean, I'm with Covey. I think the seed mix is a little expensive at $184 an acre. I think you can take some of those expensive native forbs like Rocky Mountain bee plant and Utah sweet vetch and put some cheaper, just as good non-native forbs like sandpoint, small burnett.
Well, and if they're grazing it, the sandpoint doesn't have the blow properties that alfalfa might, or some of that, but like, that's a sell to the private landowner. Yeah, I mean,
I think the Forest Service generally is looking for support from this group and others to fund big projects like this. And I think taking that message back to them, that was the feedback from the group, is definitely hold some weight and bears some weight in the decision of what the ultimate mix looks like. And so I'll definitely relay that message back to Mike and the forest.
Yeah, we can, but it's not that we don't want to support like native species either. Like, I get it, but like part of me's looking at it and saying, okay, in my mind, I divide it up into what's palatable and good and what's there for pollinators, right? Not that having pollinators is bad, but you can get something that does both.
And I think sometimes the seed mix is totally reliant on the NEPA document and what they said they would do in the NEPA document to be able to do the tree removal work. And so sometimes their hands are tied on that as well. And so I'll just commit to you guys that I'll relay the message and do as much as we can to move the needle away from some of those more expensive species, and if possible, use some alternative options.
Yeah, I'd like to see both.
Yeah, I get so, and my heart aches less with like the sweet veg because that's highly palatable. So I look at that and I say, all right, if this is a big game project, it costs a little more, but I'm okay with it. But I look at like, and this is coming from a person who did research on globe mallow for 5 years, right? And so my heart hurts a little bit to even say this, but I look at it and say, okay, the palatability of that plant it's just not there. So I struggle with it, but it doesn't mean you don't like to get rid of it, because I like it still. It's just maybe some other stuff in.
And I think that's where the Forest Service has to look at it through the lens of, yeah, it's for big game. We're doing this for the benefit of big game, but they're also multi-different facets that they have to view the total project through. And so, they're trying to hit all of those marks at some level. And I think that's the goal with this mix. But ultimately I can take that message back.
And essentially you get one shot at putting things back on this landscape. So I like to, and I'm all for sandpoint and small burnett, but they also don't persist as long. So I think there's a case for both.
I'm good with that. Just add a few, and I love seeing like the mutton grass, the the Poafen Mariana and some of that in there that are,
I'm always looking at that far right column and saying, we really need to spend $34,000 on Showville tonight.
It would be hard to get that much mountain grass. So that's, you'd probably save money right there.
well, and then
and as you guys well know, like this is the pie in the sky. If we had everything we wanted mix, and what usually hits the ground is something a little bit different. We have some give and take when it gets time to mix, and depending on what the availability of some of these different seeds are as well. So I think there's definitely some flexibility, and where it's year out, we can have some of those conversations.
yeah, that's all we ask. Have some of the conversations and let them know that, like, hey, we're supportive and we would like to see maybe a little bit of cost savings and more species on the seed mix.
Yeah, nerding out on plants, but you could save money on needle and thread too. Like that's a lot of money. Okay. Where we want more bang per buck with the forts.
Yeah.
I'll commit that we'll work on it.
Okay. Thanks, Bert.
Too many former seed warehouses. In the city.
That's a good thing, right?
Range trend.
That forces us to be up on what we're doing and make it right. So,
well, and we know how Mike operates. You're right that this is his wish list, and so
yeah.
that I think I'll just make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve it for funding consideration with the caveat that you revisit the seed mix and try to reduce the cost per acre.
Okay.
I'll second.
Kevin can help with that too.
Aye.
Tyler had the motion. Sorry, I forgot that was my job today. And Andy seconded?
Yes.
And
there were no nays.
No nays. Okay. Thanks for helping me there. Let's go to Gooseberry.
Gooseberry, Kendall might be online. I heard he was hit and miss. He just came out of surgery. So unless he types up real fast, we're going to start into it. So
Yep,
Gooseberry.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go for it, Kendall.
Perfect. I'll present this one on behalf of Kelly Cornwall with the Fish Lake Forest Service. He's been doing some training out of state and he's not back yet. So this Gooseberry is Gooseberry Phase 5. It ranked as the #1 mule deer project in the southern region and the #3 elk project in the southern region. Definitely benefits to mule deer, elk, and turkeys. This is a transition and winter range areas that'll be treated. We're looking to treat roughly around 2,221 acres. There's some cultural surveys in here for future prescribed fire. The future phases will treat up to 20,000 acres associated with probably phase 6 and maybe 7. The deer, well, we are below objective on the Fish Lake unit and on the lower range of our elk objective on the Fish Lake unit. We feel like we could get this project done for about $348 an acre. There is access around Gooseberry on CWMUs that allows a little bit better summer habitat for the deer and the elk. And as they move off these CWMUs, they kind of come down into this Gooseberry area to winter. Currently, we have a 1,375 acre project, bull hog project on Gooseberry. And I think the contractor, we've had a winter closure. And so the contractor should show back up around the 15th of April to finish that out. I think he's got about 800 acres left. So a lot of work's been done here in the past. Work with Clint Wyrick on phase 4. Doing some wet meadow work and some lop and scatter on the Bar J CWMU that Clint's brought Fish and Wildlife Service partners monies to. We've had GIP monies associated with previous phases of Gooseberry. And our past partners, obviously Forest Service, Mule Deer Foundation, NWTF, RMEF, a lot of the sportsmen's groups that have been in place. So with this phase, we're looking to install a Boss Tank guzzler with an apron, metal apron, be about 1,800 gallons. Looking to lop and scatter 874 acres. 908 acres will be mastication and seeding. Chain Harrow, 89 acres, and prescribed fire with some survey work, roughly up to about 6,000 acres. We do have, as mentioned before, some of the discussions this morning's been with some sport fish. So we do have Bonneville cutthroat trout, rainbow trout, brown trout, leatherside chub, or leatherside, and they're associated with this. This project's been really good to work with. Craig Rasmussen is the lead with the wildlife biologist, and also Jen Swenson's on the fishery side has been real supportive of the work that's been done on the aspect of some of the riparian work. So overall, great project. Looking to do more work here in the future. The WRI ask, I think, is $980,000. Forest Service is bringing $200,000 to the table. We have about $41,500 in kind, and I think our Habitat Council ask is around $10,000 or $100,000. Any questions?
Kendall, I know I brought up the cultural resources at the WRI meeting. Did you guys ever have any more discussions on that? I mean, just my concern that, I mean, it's $450,000, $500,000 just to do the cultural for a prescribed burn. And just don't think that's necessary.
Yeah, and I think what's happened is the Forest Service has brought a lot of that money into it. And Daniel may be able to chime in on this as well, but I think there's been some discussion just as of the last couple of weeks with Kelly before he left that we were going to be able to put out almost a $500,000 cultural resource contract, and I think it was tied to this Gooseberry area and Lost Creek, if I remember right.
I mean, they're asking for $250,000 from us for that cultural clearance.
Right.
I guess my question is, if we refuse to fund that, will that kill the project? Will that kill the fire? Or do you think
You know, they may be able to find it and do it themselves. The situation with the archaeologist that they do have, you know, him being tied up, we've always tried to rely on WRI to try to contract a lot of this stuff. So I think it'll definitely depend on workload, and it might have to phase it down the road a little bit farther if we're having to kind of push that cultural resource out.
I mean, I'm happy to facilitate it. I think we're fine having already put the contract out. I have a lot of heartburn with paying for cultural resources on prescribed fires.
Okay.
I think that's an office by office decision, and most offices are not requiring that.
Okay. And I can definitely reach out. I can definitely reach out to Kelly and get a better understanding of where that cultural is going to sit, and if they're going to have additional funding through fuels dollars to get it taken care of.
Well, it probably feels like a bigger discussion, Tyler, you know, like we should be on the same page with the state office about consistency on this. Like, why are some offices doing it? Some offices not doing it. Yeah, I mean, that's a $250,000 decision.
I mean, I'll tell you right now, just from a WRI perspective, I like this project. I want to see it happen, but I think if we fund it, I think we'll leave that 250 off of it.
That sounds good. I'm just making some notes right here to relay to Kelly.
So just to add along with that, because I don't know that part of it, because my question on this one was like, is it going to be funded? Because it's a big ask from us. $100,000 is a lot of money for a habitat ask.
Yeah, and I don't know where that number come in. Obviously, I wasn't working with Kelly on this one to put the ask. Typically, we see, you know, $20,000-$30,000 like the Monroe. They're asking for 30. Lost Creek, they're asking for about around the same. So I don't know where this tall ask was it where it was based off of. So obviously, if there's an opportunity to reduce that, I think they would be in favor of that as well.
I mean, I think it'll have a portion of it funded for sure. The sportsman's groups almost put 140,000 into it.
Right.
It's a good ranked project. It's a good, you know, 10th out of the region, high ranked project. this is a very high productive, good team out of the Forest Service that's done a lot of work. This is the same team that does the Monroe.
Yeah, and Kelly
Yeah, we
was
want to put some money on it, but
and Kelly was the same one that you had heard out of the southeastern region doing Salina Creek too. So very, very proactive. The Forest District is, as Tyler mentioned, and great to work with.
Any other questions? Motion?
I'll make the motion to approve it for funding consideration with the caveat that none of the funding goes towards the cultural resource clearance. The Forest Service will cover that.
Tyler with the motion and Steve with the second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we are going to, Kendall had some surgery this week, so we're gonna let him knock out what he's got. And then we'll start after lunch with the rest of yours. So next one for Kendall is Monroe Mountain, which is 7297.
Perfect. So Monroe Mountain Aspen Ecosystems, another project brought to us by Kelly Cornwall. This is phase 10 through 12. And as Tyler's mentioned previously in the meeting about having, a couple of years out, the cost that you'll hear today is just for phase 10. This phase 10 year, definitely a benefit. High elevation work that's been done on the Monroe Mountain over the last 10 years. A lot of work in the transitional zone in the past too as well. Winter range. This mountain's just kind of been a highlight. There's been a lot of tours on it. There's been a lot of activity there with the Forest Service, with the grazing, with permittees, with GIP, funding a lot of different aspects of this project. So within phase 10, we were looking to treat or proposing to treat some conifer thinning, about 600 acres. This is done with mechanical feller bunchers, and big time equipment that we use up there. And there's only just a few contractors, so it is fairly expensive, or is getting to be fairly expensive. 4,500 acres of prescribed fire will happen in phase 10. And then we've got a lot of piles from the previous feller buncher work and mechanical thinning that we're going to burn around 300 acres. Typically every year with the prescribed fires, we usually treat or reseed around 500 acres. And so there'll be some reseeding associated with some of the prescribed fires this year. Dixie Harrow treatment. Craig Rasmussen's been pretty adamant about treating some of those higher elevation sagebrush kind of zones, getting some more grasses, forbs, a few more groceries in there for the mule deer and the elk. And he's going to treat around 340 acres of Dixie Harrow. Mule deer project, a great project for mule deer, elk, turkey. We've got some chuckers kind of on that west side where we've done some lower elevation guzzlers this last year with Vance Mumford, and they've really paid a lot of dividends down in that lower area off the Monroe. So the elk on this unit are as the bottom of our objective at around 1,100 out of 1,400 estimated population. Our mule deer obviously are below objective on this unit. And a lot of the partners have been associated with this last 10 years include a lot of the sportsmen's groups with SFW, NWTF, RMEF, Mule Deer, Habitat Council, obviously, SCI, Wild Sheep Foundation, NRCS. Kelly's been really adamant about using some, I think, Joint Chief Staff money through the NRCS. And we've had some stewardship money up there as well in the past phases on the Monroe. So great project. It's been a long time in the making, but man, we're seeing a lot of benefits to mule deer and our elk, especially as they come off the summer range into the winter range. So any questions on this? I think we're looking to do Habitat Council around 30,000. WRI ask for this phase was 737,800. The Forest Service is bringing 1.2 million into funding for year number 10. And we received 158,500 from the sportsman's groups towards phase 10 of the Monroe Mountain project. And we feel like we can get most of everything done for about $135 an acre. Any questions?
How did Randy get out of this one on no upward?
Because those chuckers he's talking about, we paid for last year with the Geslers in the bottom of the pallet.
That's right. Chuckers everywhere. I got 5 more to install.
Yeah, and it looks like a great project. The work on the Monroe's been awesome overall. You got your seed mixes divided up into private and public, I assume, but they're very similar. And I feel like we probably could have a little bit more diversity in the private stuff if we wanted to.
Right. And maybe some of that private might be tied to Forestry, Fire, and State Lands, some of the work that Matt Christensen's doing up there as well. So I can definitely visit with Matt Christensen and kind of reiterate and see who's working on the private. The private's been mainly done in Maggleby's, which is, we've got a feller bunch of crew up there right now. Mountain Reforestation, they've been doing a great job on that private. So
I had one more question on this too. It shows like of the 600 acres that you're gonna mechanically treat, that like 120 of it you're gonna put up for a commercial timber sale.
Right.
And I mean, does that offset any of the costs, or it probably goes into a black box and you never see that money back out?
Yeah.
And I that 120 acres, that's the only portion that's commercially viable to, I assume you're paying for it on the other acreage because nobody wants it in a timber sale.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that's done through Terry Holskalaw and his crew there on the forest. I know they've marked a lot of trees. They've had a lot of decks up there that they've sold off to Satterwhite log homes in Gunnison there. So I can't really elaborate a lot. I just don't know how that works, or if some of that timber sale money comes back out on the ground and goes back into the forest to where they can kind of continue to move forward with some more survey work and trying to apply it to additional timber sales on the Monroe.
I'll speak up on that just a little bit. I can tell you that the timber sales are actually getting better. They've said, but they're still at a point at a place where a lot of times we're still paying contractors to buy them. There's a program called the stewardship contract, and so it's a subsidized contract, so it's still not financially viable for them to do a lot of it. One of the cool things they have done is the decks that are sitting up there, they're finding a lot of firewood companies are pretty excited about buying them all of a sudden. And so we are getting the decks off the mountain, which has been a good thing in the last year that's picked up. And then to answer Kobe's question, it's just like our grazing permits. It goes into the black hole. Yes.
And we're finding a lot of people, Grizzly Ridge is another contract that I have with Corey Norman on the beaver, and they've done an excellent job in trying to get rid of some of those decks and trying to get those sold. So working both avenues of the forest.
Saw a lot of upland on there, Randy. And there's a lot of birds on there.
Any other questions? Take a motion.
I'll make the motion if nobody else wants to. It is number 3 out of the region. It's pretty much our flagship project with WI, so I'll motion to approve.
Tyler?
Second. You're funding a lot of this, Tyler.
Yes, I am.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, and Lost Creek, I think that's your last one, Kendall?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at Lost Creek. So Lost Creek Phase 4, this has been an ongoing project that's just paid big dividends, both for the Forest Service and also the BLM, state trust lands, private lands associated with this Lost Creek project. So we're looking to treat overall around 7,394 acres this year. BLM portion would be to seed and masticate Phase 2, Phase 3 EJ work on around 1,326 acres. We just barely finished up 1,475 acre bullhog treatment just about 3 weeks ago in this area. So this would be kind of the second phase just off to the west side of what we completed. U.S. Forest Service is looking to chain 889 acres and aerial seed that as well. We'll have some cultural resource surveys associated with this. We do have some lop and scatter around 3,781 acres. There's been some wet meadow work associated with this with Clint Wyrick with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And then we have some aerial application of Rejuvra, and you guys have heard a little bit of the discussion about Rejuvra this morning with Tori and some other aspects. But what we're looking to do with Rejuvra is to go back into a lot of our type fire scars, sand ledges, Willow Creek, fire scars, also some of our bullhog treatments on Glenwood. State trust lands have done a little bit of kind of some simple or sample treatments with Rejuvra, and we were able to look at those kind of early last summer and see a lot of the effects. So there'll be around 1,786 acres that will go into treatments that have already been existing with Rejuvra. Private bullhog and mastication, we've done a lot of work on the booby hole CWMU associated with Clint Wyrick and myself. So we're looking to do some cultural and some bullhog mastication and seeding on 258 acres that ties right into some of the the Forest Service where they're going to chain. We're also looking to install one boss tank in the Lost Creek phase. This boss tank, I believe, is going to go on BLM, 1,800 gallon oversized apron, metal purlins. They've worked really well in the past for us. These pictures, you can kind of see Clint working on the wet metal work outside the booby hole CWMU right there. In kind, 58,500 towards this project. Other in-kind monies, 88,675. Clint Wyrick has brought from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service through his contracts on the private, $122,919. And our ask from Habitat Council this year for this phase is $30,000. And we're thinking we can get it done for around $233 an acre. We have a lot of partners associated with Lost Creek, the U.S. Forest Service, BLM, State Trust Lands, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Forestry Fire and State Lands, DWR, and then the private entities as well. So a lot of work, and a lot of sportsmen's groups have tied money to this project in the past on phase 2 and 3. We're below objective for mule deer and on the lower range of elk objective on this wildlife management unit. So a great project. The Forest Service is bringing, or the BLM is bringing a lot of money to the table too, almost enough to cover most of their bullhog work associated with this with the BLM fuels. So Cody Pollock, Brant Hallows, Brandon Jolly, Sean Peterson, they're all great to work with when it comes to the Forest Service. Kelly Cornwall, Craig Rasmussen, Jason Kling, all those guys are just awesome. And the good partnerships with Clint Wyrick as well. So a great all-around project, and definitely a big benefit to our big game species. Any questions?
Kendall, just a quick comment. One, you can't do enough wet metal work. I love the work that for that in this project.
Right.
I'm wondering what what are you specifically targeting and hoping to benefit in that one with this?
You know, I think the biggest thing that Clint's really trying to struggle on or trying to, put together is to allow those wet meadows as the water kind of comes out. And the main focus has been out of, I think the Booby Hole reservoirs that comes through onto some of the private, just putting these dikes, these barricades in there. And what that does is it spreads that water out. So typically the water may be gone by the first part of May, the end of May in some years. And you can see where he's done a lot of this work. Man, we were out there in June, July last year, and that water table, it'll just hit those little dikes, and then you can see how it just kind of spreads out. So definitely, meets Clint's objectives with some of his sagebrush obligate birds, meets kind of his objectives with some of the work that he's doing through his program. There is potential to increase a little bit of sage grouse in the area. We do have a lek in the sand ledges area, which is just probably maybe 3 to 4 miles north of here. So there's definitely opportunities. The elk will come and they come off the CWU. They've wallowed and rutted all over in these wet meadow areas in the past. So just a great kind of a neat opportunity that where the water originally was just going down the country and just petering out and going nowhere. Now we've been able to back it up and kind of spread it out in some of these areas. So a big benefit moving forward.
Kendall, this one surprised me with your deer and elk rankings out of the regions. I'm just curious why you guys ranked this one so low for deer and elk.
I think there was just some other opportunities that, like 5 Mile that you've seen, like Gooseberry that was there. I think Vance sees a big opportunity that to make some more habitat work in this area. And obviously it's on Vance's unit, but man, Vance kind of had to choose, and we had a lot of great projects this year that we kind of went through, and some good projects that showed up on the Dutton, obviously projects on a few on the Boulder, and then down south as well. So yeah, I think it was just kind of the way that it kind of shook out this year. Didn't rank as high as I kind of thought it would within our top 5, top 7 in the region. But all in all, I think it'll definitely benefit the species we've had in the past.
And the project still, like from a Habitat Council perspective, it's still a really good bang for our buck.
Oh yeah,
we're getting a really big good project for 30 grand.
The reason that I asked that is it was so low ranked for deer and elk. I think it didn't make the sportsman's meeting.
Right.
And this was one I really wish would have made the sportsman's meeting.
Yeah, and I actually think it was the number 2 big game project in the southern region, but it didn't make the sportsman's.
No, it was 16 plus.
Yeah.
For deer, 11 elk.
Right. Gary might be able to chime in and see. I know he was keeping track of some of that. I don't have that information in front of me, but I do know there was a lot of projects, and kind of how we've gone through the ranking process. It's kind of a neat opportunity for the biologists to kind of chime in and rank their own, and Gary can elaborate a little bit.
Yeah, I think Kendall hit it on the head. There's just a ton of really good projects in the region this year. Like I said, it did make it in the ranked part for the elk at number 11. It probably would have been 16 or 17 on the deer. It just some of the units we really placing a hard focus on the Boulder because of the things that have gone on there in the last few years. So I think that kind of probably moved it down just a couple of notches where we elevated some Boulder stuff.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be in the 40s when you're saying low.
Yeah.
16 or 17 out of 60 is still pretty good. So
yeah, and the ones you'll see coming up shortly through Curtis or Gary, I'm looking at them now. That number 2 is the Highway 18 corridor. You got number 3 Table Mountain. You have Salina Creek, number 4 for deer, and some Boulder Mountain. So yeah, a lot of good projects out there this year that a lot of the wildlife biologists felt pretty happy about. So hard to bring everyone to the top.
It's a strategy, Tyler. They know you're going to fund it.
I don't want to hear that. I think you're right, but I really hope that's.
Well, we heard earlier that this is a game.
I move that we approve this month's for funding
I'll
considerations.
second it.
Got a motion from Kobe, second from Steve, all in favor?
Aye.
Hey,
Any
thanks,
opposed?
guys.
Yep. Hey,
Thank you, Kendall.
Kendall.
Hey, thanks. Yep,
Kendall, you still there, buddy?
you bet.
How long's it been since you got stuck flagging a project and missed your
Missed-
kid's birthday?
Missed
and-
the last time I probably worked with you, or you did any work, I guess. Maybe that's the last thing. Because it
All
seems
right.
like I was doing a lot of the work. Because I told
Good to
you
hear
not to
your
go,
voice,
I told you not to go through that mud puddle and you did it anyways. See you, buddy.
See you, bye, Kendall.
Thanks,
See you.
Kendall.
Take care. Thank you. Bye.
Got lunch? Okay, we'll adjourn for lunch, come back at 1:00.
Reset.
Fun.
All right, we're back with more projects. We'll continue with the southern region. We've got Curtis with Indian Peaks.
Yeah, Curtis Roundy, Southern Region Habitat Restoration Biologist. You guys had a good lunch and are ready for some good projects. So Indian Peaks is phase 6. So you guys have seen several phases of implementation out here, and we're looking to continue the good work that we've been doing out there on our wildlife management area out in the Southwest Desert. The crux of this project, as is in the name, is for mule deer restoration efforts, specifically to benefit mule deer. And as we've talked earlier in the day, when you benefit big game species, it benefits a lot of other species. So start by clicking on the dot up at the top, if you will, Daniel. So we did some work on the northwest corner and opened up the foliage area, kind of in the riparian corridor down along through there. And then we had one of those thunder bumper storms that came down through, and it washed out the road that goes up our Indian Creek access. And so this is a point feature to go in and fix the road. And rather than have it be a culvert that plugged up like what the last one did, we're going to put some hard surfacing features in the road that water could just flow over the top of. And then when we grade and blade and repair these roads and maintain them, we could just go over the top of that feature and clean it back out as part of our annual maintenance to keep these roads operational. And so that's something that's different than what we've been seeing out here, but something that's happened kind of as a result of some of the work that we did. So there's a point feature there. And then if you'll click on the next one to the south, we got 2 different areas of mastication right here. So because we have been proposing this as a mastication and or prescribed fire for several different phases now, we have done the cultural on the mastication area. And as a result, we've got the cultural reports back of where we can't take machinery. And so we wanted to still aerial seed those areas, and because the understory is really terrible. But what we're going to do is we're going to masticate the areas that we can masticate, and then we're going to lop and scatter the other areas, but aerial seed the entire polygon. So there is 248 acres of mastication and seed. And you'll notice that the number of mastication acres has reduced this year. What we did is we started trying to put together a prescribed fire plan. And for several iterations of this, we've struggled to get Forestry, Fire, and State Lands representative to write us a prescribed fire plan. And we finally got someone in our Cedar City office who is excited about prescribed fire in this area and is writing the plan for us. And he came to us and said, hey, I know that you've got this one hill that you want to do prescribed fire in, but it would be much more effective and much more efficient for my burn plan if we could add some of these other acres that you've got slated for mastication into the prescribed fire. And so we increased the size of the prescribed fire area and decreased this area of the mastication, but we would still be looking to assess that and decide after the prescribed fire burns through there, can we go back in with a smooth chain and seed, or what do we need to do to make sure that we get the right production coming back from that area? There's some areas on the hilly parts of the prescribed fire area that maybe we don't have great access to, and we just try to make sure that we're doing the right thing there. So prescribed fire is a component of this. And then there is some stream structures. We've got in-stream flow in several of these areas that, depending on the snowpack year and how quickly the snow melts, that they stay on the surface and then eventually they go subsurface on certain parts and then we'll pop back up downstream a little ways. And so we're looking to put in some BDA and or Z-dike structures, depending on what the topography is and what the right thing is. There is some old cottonwood gallery trees and some willow patches that exist along these stream banks, but we're just looking to spread out the water, hold water in the soil profile for a longer period of time with these structures. And then, ultimately see aspen that are in the adjacent area to it, get a kickstart, and all of the riparian species that existed along through there. So you can see these are photos of some of those areas and some of the areas that we thought we would want to do work in. This is a picture that represents kind of the mastication polygon area and parts of the prescribed fire area. And you can see old decadent sagebrush and trees that are really struggling and suffering. And then we're just looking to do some good work for deer and elk on the Indian Peaks Wildlife Management Area. We've done some fencing that we think really will benefit maintaining these practices now to keep wild horses off of our wildlife management area. And so the access areas where they were historically just kind of coming and going as they pleased have been tightened up, and the fences are sure. And now we're waiting for some of these practices to go in place before we start moving to the other two sides of the fence, but really they're not our main access areas for wild horses. So with that, I will take questions. I believe this one is all big game ask from Habitat Council, and
Probably benefits waterfowl and upland.
I saw upland species on there.
And it would be sage grouse because I looked it up.
I thought I
and
seen
there's
a
not
fish on that
active like within 40 miles.
Because we don't have the habitat.
That's
Build it, and they will come. We're treating the habitat where they're not.
This is Field of Dreams for sage grouse, right? This is Field of Dreams for sage grouse.
If anybody's familiar with this area, like it's a really special part of our state. Indian Peaks is a really, really cool place. And it needs this work more than about anywhere. Like so this is exciting. It's a good project. And I love the seed mixes. They're on our properties that look like a big game seed mix.
And I would reiterate to you guys, like, we came into this particular property because we purchased it from the Paiute Indian Tribe of Utah, and we correlate all of the effort and all of the work that we're doing on this wildlife management area with their tribal council. And we're trying to make sure that we check that box, that we're not doing anything that would upset their heritage or their history or what their practices and use of this land were or could be in the future. They still have some rights to some of the things that they used some of the areas for. And so we're just trying to do right by them with all of the practices that we're implementing on the WMA as well. So
with this being proposed like multiple years now, what has happened in the earlier phases?
So lots of lop and scatter, some fencing work, some Z-dike and BDA type structures, and planning, archaeology type work for the prescribed fire, and a lot of consultation and pre-planning for what will be the future phase of the prescribed fire that is in conjunction with and adjacent to the BLM. So we realized early on in our prescribed fire planning that in order to burn Indian Peak itself, we really needed to partner with the BLM and make it a joint prescribed fire. And so they've now got Steve Barker, who's been tasked with being the BLM's prescribed fire person. And it's in part because of the legwork that we did on our wildlife management area to burn these types of areas that we're going to start hopefully seeing multiple different events of prescribed fire in the Southwest.
So 2025, will that be just mastication or will we burn in 2025?
We're looking to burn that polygon and do the mastication. So all the work that's presented here is planned to, if funded, happen this year.
Is it going to be a fall burn or a spring burn?
We've talked about a lot of different options, and it really depends on what the conditions are. We've talked about potential for both. We think it would be more successful as a spring burn just because of conditions are more favorable to meet the burn criteria and the clearing indexes and some of the things that you have to meet, but it might have the right crop of fuel loading to get the fire to carry. And so there's going to be alternatives, I think, for both options. And we're going to just try to do it so that we do it right when we do it.
Well, if we do it wrong, we might burn the BLM land and not have to have it.
That's possible. That's not the showcase that we're looking to have put forward here. We're looking to say we can burn in a responsible way in the Southwest Desert and do good things that would regenerate some of the aspen stands and some of the pockets that were really critical and important for our mule deer herds out there. And so that's really the crux of this one is, you know, we are really excited to see it go, especially the prescribed fire portion of it. But ultimately, when we looked at the collaring data for our wildlife management area, all of the collared elk that use this area used everywhere around the WMA where treatments had happened and habitat had been created, and they avoided the polygon that is our mastication polygon. And so I am really excited to see once the mastication gets done and the habitats created there, watch those collared elk move in and start using that area and utilizing the work that we put on the ground. And so that's a benefit of having collared data for that area is we can see what happened pre-treatment and post-treatment and use it as justification for future treatments of that type, and even encourage the BLM to follow suit on the outside of the WMA. So with that,
So walk me through the forestry fire agreement. I mean, it kind of looks like they've told you $200 an acre.
Yeah.
Is that, I mean, how's that gonna work? Are we gonna give them the full amount?
Nope.
No matter what they burn, or?
No. So what we did is we said, give us an estimated amount of what you actually think it's going to cost to light and manage this prescribed fire. And that's where that number came from. And then what they told us they will bill for is what actual costs are. So they're going to put X amount of engines on the ground, and they're going to helitorch for X amount of dollars per acre. And they're going to call on Beaver County Fire folks and BLM Color Country Interagency Fuel folks and whatever their rates are to be out there and staff the prescribed fire. And then they're going to bill us for actual amounts that it costs to light and manage the fire until it's mopped up.
Do you anticipate like aerial ignition and other complicating factors like that?
It is a type 1 fire is what we've been told. So, and to get the amount of burn that we're hoping to achieve on this particular area, we do anticipate that it will need to be ignited by aerial ignition. And we're not talking ping pong balls that ignite dropped out of a helicopter. We're talking helitorch flying over, lighting the crown of the areas and having it burn in pockets in little areas specific within the habitat that exists there. So we're looking to get somewhere between a 60 to 70% burn, and then see what comes from it. But yes, that's what we've been told is aerial ignition is anticipated on this.
And forestry fire has a type 1 burn box now.
They do.
Cool, let's do it.
Yep, that's
I'll
what
make
we
a
love this
motion to
place.
pass
So
it.
I think it's really cool, and I'll make sure that anyone that wants to be there to see it gets the notification before we have it planned and light the match. I know I've heard from several people like, and this is really something that we want to see happen. And when it happens, we don't want to be left out. And so I'll try to get the word out. And if you know others that would like to be there, would like to see it, you know, it's something that we're really excited about. And we're going to try to have our media folks and technology folks out there to document it and photograph and video it and do what we can to make it a big deal. So
Now I'm picturing you handing out Molotov cocktails.
yeah, everybody gets to light a little piece of it.
Only one road in and out. Watch that.
Yeah.
Hey Curtis, will you just add, on your attribute tables for this, you didn't have anything on your seating for your bullhog and drop and scatter, will you add that on your table?
Yeah. Yep, I'll go put it in. Thank you.
Did I hear a motion? The first, the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Steve.
So I got that.
Okay, the next one I got is Beaver South Creek.
Yep, this is another wildlife management area. Give you a little bit of history on what's happened on this wildlife management area. When I first started working for the Division of Wildlife, this was a unfenced property that was kind of lumped into a grazing permit that abutted up to a piece of private property. And it was historically like the winter feeding ground. Our WMA was like the place where it was convenient to drive the truck up and kick out bales of hay and feed their cows in the wintertime. And there were several locations on the WMA where that type of operation existed. And so previous phases, we found the money to put fencing up and fence the entire property so that it's secured. And then we went in and did a whole bunch of looking at what we can do and what we can't do. There's been some lop and scatter treatments that took place on here. We had some gate closure issues that were going on where there's a lot of through roads that go and access the BLM through the wildlife management area, and people would come and open the gates and leave them open, and then the cattle that had been used to living on there all winter anyways would find their way in through the gates. So we coordinated with Beaver County and we decided which were the important roads that needed to be open and have access, and we put cattle guards on those roads, and then we closed some of the other roads and blocked access through the WMA on some of the numerous roads that zigzagged through the WMA and created little pockets of safe haven in the WMA. And then we went and tried to do some chain harrow work. And we found out that the Native American heritage on this WMA was rich. And there was like a total of 11 acres that we could actually chain harrow and seed. And so we started looking at alternate options. What could we do that would be something rather than let it just be cheatgrass like you see in the pictures? And so we worked with Kevin Gunnell and the Great Basin Research Center to put some Rejuva test plots in on the wildlife management area. And these pictures are kind of a series of pictures that show the results of the effectiveness of Rejuva and the existing plant community that existed. And so this project is proposing to expand that Rejuva and plateau treatment. So one thing we found out with Rejuva in the southern end of the state is by the time that you can get Rejuva to the soil, the next year's bumper crop of cheatgrass has already started to sprout and grow. And so unless you want to miss a whole year of effectiveness, you have to pair the Rejuva with plateau. And so the proposal here is to spray Rejuva and plateau. And the reason for the two different sets of polygons is there are an area of polygons that have no trees, and then there's an area of polygons that are more densely treed areas. And so we would propose that in order to get that Rejuva to the soil in the area where the trees are located, we would spray a heavier mixture of water mixed with the same amount of chemical. So they'd move a little slower and spray more water and hopefully get it through the canopy to the soil layer. And then areas that are open, we could scale that water back to a normal application rate and hopefully see success throughout the whole area. So that's the idea here, is to do everything we can to try and make this area as good as it can be. With that, take questions. I think this one's big game and some upland game. We have sage grouse listed, but I think that's just because it falls within their habitat. We did have some birds that like flew over and spent their summers up on the ski resort on Beaver Mountain and then came back down through that zone. Whether they were here or not, I can't say, but likely not high use there. But definitely turkeys are all over the WMA and use it heavily. It's a highly hunted area as close as it is to the town of Beaver. We see a lot of turkey hunting access there, and it's winter range for deer and elk. And that's the primary benefit of this, is to create feed and forage for wintering deer and elk. So that's what this project is.
Questions?
I noticed both your polygons were plateau. That may have been when
Yeah,
you submitted a proposal.
Yeah, and I forgot to go back in. Rejuvra wasn't on the list when we put the proposal together, and then it got added afterwards, and I just failed to go back in and add it. So I'll go back in and just double down on Rejuvra Plateau next.
I'm good with it. I'll make the suggestion to accept it.
Motion from Randy.
Second.
Second from Blake. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, next one is Highway 18 corridor.
Okay. Highway 18 corridor is on the Pine Valley Ranger District, and this project is in conjunction and planned with the U.S. Forest Service. So big shout out to Rhett and Skeet and Rowdy, Joe Recksteiner. Big group of their staff helped put this together, and we had several field tours with permittees, grazing permittees, folks from Celeste Malloy's office, just trying to showcase what this could be and show the collaborative effort that went in to put this project together. So we'll start with the dot up there on the top end. So we've done mastication in the area completely surrounding this, and we see a little bit of deer use as like travel through use here, but the real problem is there's no water anywhere along that bench. And so they're crossing the bench road and going across on the other side of the road to access water. I don't want to misrepresent here. There are also ag fields over there, and deer in the winter range really like alfalfa. And so they're also crossing over there to eat alfalfa. But we're looking to try and save as many of those deer as we can. And one thing that we wanted to do is put a guzzler in. And in order to get buy-in from the permittees that run on this allotment for a guzzler, they wanted the guzzler to also service their livestock. And so this guzzler is a giant HDP apron, kind of, if any of you have seen a style like what exists out on the buckskin on the Ponsgaunt, it's that type of an apron, a big lay on the ground overlaid apron that would feed into a 80,000 gallon storage container. And then that storage container would gravity feed a series of 5 to 7 troughs over 2 different allotments that would utilize grazing management for the livestock, but also have year-round water in it for the wildlife that utilize this area. And so that's the big game guzzler. And next there is, if you click on those polygons. So this is the North Cove pasture. And there's money in place from the Forest Service to treat the Forest Service lands here with mastication and seed. And we didn't want to leave the private landowners out. So we went and talked to the private landowners. There was some interest, and we had our farm bill biologist, now our partner biologist, I guess is the official name for them, but they went and contacted these private landowners. We were too late for the NRCS signups, but they still wanted to participate, and the amount of acres on the private seemed like a really small number. And so we added them in and just kind of lumped it together, and we're asking for help with that private land for buy-in. As you can see, the mastication polygons are completely surrounding their private property, and it's going to congregate animals to their private property, which they're okay with that. They're not like, we're going to have depredation issues here, but they also would like to see us cross the fence and help them on their private land. And so the ask here is to help treat the private and the Forest Service, I think, has the money for the Forest Service on the mastication area.
Did you do cultural on the private already?
The cultural is gonna be part of all of it, so I think the NRCS agreed to help take care of the cultural on the private through their cultural resources agreement through their shop, so cultural will be included as part of what they're contributing.
What NRCS is contributing?
Yeah.
Thought we missed the deadline.
We missed the deadline, but they said that they can help with the archaeological clearances with their section 101 clearance rules or whatever, as long as the private landowner agrees to allow it to happen on the private property. So
let's give them some in kind then.
Okay.
Is Hal involved with that?
It was before Hal, so Stan kind of worked with them through forestry, fire, and state land. It was in the transition time frame, and so Stan made the contact. Hal's kind of the point of contact now, but it was during the transition between the two of them that these arrangements were made. So next,
He might need to be added as a contributor.
yeah, I'll put them on there. Next, if you go down this little black dot right here, we've got, so we ran the wildlife habitat analysis tool on the greater area that encompassed this project. And we found this spring right here is home to a Bonneville spring snail that is rare. And so we wanted to build a fence around this spring and protect that spring snail from any work that we're doing and potential future work that would come across this landscape. And so trying to get out in front of it and make sure that we put protections in place. So this would be a buck and pole fence around this spring to protect that spring and the snail that is rare that exists there. And we found it because we ran that wildlife habitat analysis tool. So kind of a cool use of a new tool that brought something to light that maybe we wouldn't have looked at, but we caught it in the process of planning and we're going to do something for it. Next, we have 3 separate areas that are old chainings from the Forest Service from the 60s, 70s, and 80s that are in bad shape and need some maintenance on them. And so the pictures show kind of the circumstances that they're in, and that it's not real dense trees, but it's a lot of little trees scattered among these areas. And so we're looking to do lop and scatter on 2,694 acres. And the reason we picked these particular areas and these particular acres, and the reason this is Highway 18 Phase 1, is the Forest Service is in the process of signing an EPA document. It might be even signed now, that would allow us to work outside of old treatment boundaries. But these were the areas that we could put together a project for this year and kind of jumpstart that next phase that the NEPA would then cover, that we would go into first entry type treatments where we do green tree chainings, mastication, that type of work along this same Highway 18 corridor. And so these would be to go in and lop and scatter the areas that have that ability, protect some of those old chainings, and then work for the future phases to be more work of mastication and seeding type work that would benefit deer coming off the top of Pine Valley Mountain into these historic winter ranges, and hopefully keep them fatter and more healthy than what we saw this year, because it was pretty gloom and doom on the Pine Valley. So this is the picture of that spring where the snail is.
Still need more water.
Yeah. So water, lop and scatter, mastication and seed, all kind of in the main travel corridor off the north end of the Pine Valley Mountain into their historic winter range. And we catch them coming and going from winter to summer right through this corridor. So that's what this project is. And big thanks to the Pine Valley Ranger District and the effort they put into planning and putting this project together this time versus last time was kind of a 11th hour black eye for them. So they spent a lot more time and effort on it this time, and we're proud of their efforts this year.
And it ranked well this year.
Yeah.
So good job.
Yeah.
Are the cattlemen chipping in anything, time or?
Yeah, so the cattlemen, the grazing permittees are the ones that are gonna do all the labor and installation for the guzzler and the troughs. They're coming up with materials for the tire troughs and things like that. And so we probably need to catch that in our in-kind area, but what that number looks like, it was difficult to try to swag that without knowing how many hours or what it looks like, but we would definitely catch that in our reporting. And, you know, they also committed to leaving the water in that system all the time. So, you know, it's gaining us some buy-in from the ag community and hopefully some good partnerships for future work along that corridor that are going to be really important in the future. And so
they're calling this unit the Cash South now.
Well, if we can get at 80-pound fawn weights, we'll call it whatever we need to call it.
Was GIP considered at all?
Yeah, so we missed the timing for GIP with all of the planning and everything. We missed the timing. We definitely talked about if it needed to be phased or the appetite wasn't there for it without GIP, that we've talked to Randy Marshall since then, and there's potential for chipping in, I think, from GIP, but you know, we missed the deadlines and timing for NRCS and GIP just because of the way it was coming together and the timing. So that's where we're at with it.
It's a very minor dollar amount, but sell me on what you're doing for them.
Yeah, so turkeys migrate back and forth down the power line corridor that exists right there. And so they're going to use some of the water that we're putting in, and they're certainly going to utilize the spring we're fencing off. There's some big cottonwood gallery that are on the private property right adjacent to where that spring is. And that's where their roost trees are. And so they're flying off that roost and hitting the water source that we're protecting and then going up and down kind of the main area where we're doing this work. And so it's the turkeys that exist there are certainly going to benefit from the work. And I'd say that's the same.
So there's a chance, even though you missed the funding cycle, you might be able to get some money from those programs if they have leftover funds. Is that what you're saying? I understood that correctly.
Yeah, I don't know if this cycle that we would get money from them, but if that part of the project is a no-go without their funds contributing towards it, I think that the commitment to those producers and livestock folks is that we're not going to stop with just one cycle. If that's what needs to happen to make it go, we'll go approach those people. But if there's enough of a benefit from it that we can make it go without that, we'd look to help with future water resources along that. You know, there's lots of planned phases in the future that are going to need water along through there. This is the driest area in the state and the biggest need of water. And the same producers are going to be the ask for future monies in these future projects. And so that's kind of the give and take that we've got here is if we pony up on the front end, that they can push forward on the back end. And if there's not an appetite for that, then we'll go and ask for the funds through those resources and partner and pair.
Any other questions? Motion.
I think you've done a great job bringing it back this year. I think this is a good lesson. Don't bring your 11th hour projects or you'll get slaughtered in WRI.
Yeah, and I think that was well heard from the Ranger District, and we had a high level of commitment from all of their staff, from their fire and fuels all the way down to their range guys. And this one was well planned, and a lot went into it this time.
Yeah,
so
I'll make a motion to approve it. I'll just say, you know, I would really love to see some GIF money in it. One thing that I've thought about maybe doing is taking the guzzler and putting it in 27 and funding it, but basically saying to you guys, go for GIF money and you know, if you get some that will take that WRF money in.
And we're definitely open to that as an alternative. What we want to do is not have these livestock guys who that's their buy-in for these projects in the future, get it stuck to them. And this is a big part of like their buy-in for the future stuff. And so that's the sale for them. So
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. We would fund it, you know, we would guarantee funding for 27, but kind of push it back a year saying, you know, we think it's worth asking for get money.
Is that your motion?
Not really. I'll just motion to approve it. I'm just saying what we do with on the WRI world.
Okay.
For this council, I think there's way enough in here to justify 80 grand worth of work.
Good. Motion from Tyler. I'll second with Steve. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody against?
Lisa's like, thanks for not making me write down that giant motion.
she had that look in her eye.
I already had it written.
You want me to type what? Curiosity's sake, on that Gensler, would you be able to actually keep it full?
Yeah, I believe it's gonna take a couple years to fill it, but the cattle are only in there for about 60 days, and then they move to another pasture for 60 days and then move up the mountain. And so I do believe that once we get it full, we would be able to keep, I mean, assuming that it rains there, right? But yes, the hope is that it would be sized and scaled proportionally to keep it full once we get it full.
And to be fair, like we have some experience with these like monster guzzlers in southern Utah where we had.
Yeah, and that's the idea is like it's patterned after things that are on the Arizona Strip, things that are existing on the Buckskin, on the Ponsagon, areas that receive similar amounts of rainfall. And that's really what we're looking is those big thunder bumper storms that hammer all at once. We're looking to catch as much of that as we can and put it into a storage tank so that we have that in reserve down the road in the future. That's the goal.
That's a huge storage tank compared to what the other ones come through.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of the idea behind it is we don't want to miss any of it. We want to be able to catch it and store it and then have gravity feed for the future.
It gets more complicated for us to have tanks that size. There are other hoops to jump through.
Yep.
Is the water rights okay?
Yeah, so there are water rights that exist there, and we've gone through all of that, and we're green light and golden.
We already approved it and
That's part of the buy-in from the producers as well, as they're using some of their existing water rights along that bench to allow for this to happen. So.
Okay, Zion migration.
Yep, Zion migration. I'm pinch hitting here for Hal. He is out on personal leave today, so I'll do my very best job. This is Zion migration phase 6. So another project that we've seen a lot of really good work in the key core area of the Zion unit, where all of the deer kind of summer and have their fawns on all the private landowners up on the top, and then migrate right through this area to their winter range, where we take advantage of that migration and hunt them in the rifle hunt. And so this is helping them along the way to stay fat and sassy. Plop and scatter. Well, that's a forestry practice. So very top upper elevation stuff. We're doing like a non-commercial tree thinning forestry practice where they're just clearing it out, cleaning out really dense understory and conifer, and NRCS is pairing with the private landowners to do non-commercial tree thinning up here. I think the plan is eventually to pile it and burn it, but for this phase, it's just to cut it and pile it right now. And I will be upfront with you guys on this one. The last we heard from Hal, this is EQIP funding that would fund this project, and it's money that's frozen and not certain right now. So here, all of what I'm saying with that kind of in the undertones of your mind is like, some of this stuff is planned, but not surely funded through the NRCS right now. So, where are we at here? Bullhog. So this is Bullhog, and adjacent to this are the previous phases of Bullhog. So this is just adding 2 acres of Bullhog and seed in an area where the PJ is really thick and dense, and core areas where we see the turkey use, deer use, elk use, is maybe more where the mastication treatments are happening. Masticate seed and lop and scatter. So depending on where the polygon sits and how dense the trees were, he planned to lop and scatter some and masticate the others and try to be wise with the amount of money that it costs to treat those acres.
Have Hal or Stan worked with BLM trying to get across this?
Yeah, the problem with the BLM adjacent to these areas is it is a wilderness study area, and the NEPA to get work in those areas is like pulling hen's teeth. And so it's a really hard deal there. I mean, the private landowners would love to see it, and the sportsmen would love to see it. I even think the BLM employees would love to see it, but it's just really difficult to get NEPA through that would allow these type of practices on the wilderness study area. So that's the holdup on the BLM adjacent to it. So there are hard lines, but it's because there's not much we can do about those hard lines right now. So this is another bullhog polygon. So the bullhog polygon, there's a couple of different landowners, and the bullhog polygons are on different private land areas up there. And so that's the reason why you'll see maybe some jumping around on the bullhog planning, is different land ownerships and working with multiple landowners kind of through this area, but then presenting it as a singular WRI project, which speaks volumes to the effort that both Hal and Stan went through to put this project together. This is an area where we've got some rabbit brush growing in a sagebrushy meadow area. And so removing that, we would expect that you would have, grasses come back into these areas and be utilized by does that are going to fawn and raise their fawns in this general area. So this, and then 20 Z-dike water control structures, BDA structures to hold water on the landscape and keep water spread out and creating more of a wet meadow mosaic habitat in what is a historic wet meadow right here. So a little bit of down cutting from erosion over the years, and these structures would serve to spread the water out and serve that purpose. So deer, elk, turkey, all using this area. And these pictures show conditions that it exists in, and we've seen success adjacent to it with the other projects that have been done and looking to add more of that same type of work.
We pull that map back up and I want to see that wilderness study area boundary.
It's probably Arwa.
Arwa.
Uh-huh.
So is that green? Isn't that green? Isn't that the wilderness study?
But so the American Red Rock Wilderness. That's probably what it is.
Is that what it is? Like just that little piece in there? I'd love to get that little piece in there at the BLM. So it's not a hard straight line, if you know what I'm saying. So zoom into that little thing.
This is wonderful.
That yellow stuff. They should be able to bullhog in there.
From north of me.
That's what I'm wondering is, are they doing NEPA on the rest of the stuff? Just ask about that.
I can send that feedback back to Hal and ask, and I can even ask the next time I'm in meetings with BLM and point them to that specific area of the world. But I know in the past we've asked for East Zion and up the Zion Narrows country, and that's been what I've gotten back as a response is wilderness study area, Red Rock Wilderness area, and that precludes them from really wanting to spend time on NEPA that they don't feel like is going to.
So it could just be wilderness study.
Go through.
This one's definitely.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just wondering about that other little piece. I just hate straight lines.
Yeah, I get it. And I'll ask the question and I'll commit to send that message to Hal if we can ever work to go beyond the boundaries and not create those straight lines. That's what we're trying to do. And I think that's.
So if it's a NEPA issue, that's fine.
How about zigzags? Do you like zigzags?
We really like edge. We're going for edge. Deer like it. We like it. Everybody likes it.
I mean, it's the whole vision of WRIs, like ignoring boundaries.
So I'll throw this in, and pile on church to which to say, this is 100% private land.
Yeah, so the sale on this one is, the sale on this one, and that's a great question. The sale on this one is the Zion unit specifically grows its deer herd on the backs of private landowners, which is where this is. And then those deer migrate off those private lands into the BLM, which is on East Zion, Coral Pink Sand Dunes, and they're available during the rifle deer hunt. Like that's the migration that exists there. And so all of the deer that we hunt in the rifle deer hunt on the Zion unit grow on these private landowners. And so the work that we're contributing is contributing towards healthy deer that we hunt in the rifle deer hunt on the lower of the end of the unit. So we're not getting access to the private lands. We're not going to get access to a lot of these private lands, but they are growing the deer that are being hunted by our sportsmen in the lower end of the unit during the visual hunt.
They're also growing a lot of predators. This is an area where, when we talk about areas with top-down influence on mule deer, this is an area where we have extreme top-down regulation of mule deer. So
are you changing things there on predators?
I mean,
I think it's a predator management unit right now.
yeah, and
so-
we're doing what we can, but the private property issues and the park and other things come in to make it difficult to manage predators there.
I think roads too, like it's really rugged, rough country.
Yeah.
And predators can make their way through it, but you turn your hounds out and 3 days later and 3,000 feet down off into a straight canyon, you're trying to like rope your hounds back up out is the ask for houndsmen to want to chase some of those predators.
It's a hard unit. You end up with sources and sinks, and this is a source. It is shown in our car data for sure.
But yeah, that's the sale of this one is we're growing them on the backs of these private lands on the top of the unit on the Zion, hunting them on the public land in the rifle deer hunt.
So I'm not going to throw a fit over if they're getting any access to these turkeys then.
I think the private landowners are hunting them and really great.
Somebody's
hunt for their
getting access to
grandkids, but, I mean, are you getting access to it? Am I getting access to it? No, but turkeys are getting hunted on there. And I think likewise, they're coming off and getting in areas where we've trapped turkeys and relocated turkeys when they get really, really abundant in the winter range down below. And so it's one of those source population things where when they start to overpopulate, we go trap them and move them elsewhere. But are we hunting them on these private lands? No.
And I get what you're saying, but just sours me if we don't have access.
16%.
Any other questions? I'll take motion.
And I commit to you guys that by the funding decision meeting, we'll have some answers on whether NRCS funds are or are not likely. And if this one falls off, know that that's potential. And we'll commit to get that answer to you before that funding meeting decision time needs to happen. So.
The National Fish and Wildlife money, the 190,000, that's also undetermined right now. And that's a 1-to-1 match with essentially your WRA budget here. So,
yeah, so there's some things to consider and kind of unpackage funding wise, and we'll get you what we know as soon as those decisions are being made. We'll give you as up-to-date information as we can.
I'll make the motion to approve it.
Motion from Tyler,
I'll second it.
seconds, all in favor?
Aye.
Against that one?
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Curtis.
Thank you.
Hey, Northern Region. Looks like we've got Zach up first with Zach Lewis.
So my name is Zach Oman. I'm habitat biologist in the Northern Region. This project here is in the Minidoka Ranger District on the Sawtooth National Forest. Last year came through WRI as pre-implementation surveys. Most of those got done this last fall. And so, yeah, it's landscape scale project, with a whole slew of different treatments. Daniel, if you go to the documents, there's a map in there that's a little more digestible. Let's see. Third one down.
It's a 3-year project.
Yeah, so this is in here as a 3-year project. You know, looking at prescribed burns on some aspen conifer stands, riparian work, stream work, DJ removal on sage habitat, some mahogany sampling, like kind of test plot works as well. So yeah, as far as like acreage breakdown, it'd be 4,161 acres of cut pile or mastication, and 3,749 acres of lop and scatter. Mixed conifer and aspen habitat, going to be 16,000 acres is what that prescribed fire polygon is. We're still have been working with trying to get those in holdings and get a hold of those landowners to get them to buy off on it. So like there's still some things up in the air as far as the prescribed fire goes. 24 miles of riparian and riverine habitat work. 307 acres of mahogany burn and 75 acres of lop and scatter cut pile and mahogany stands, and then down there on the south and the west you can see there's mowing for fire defense lines.
On the species list, it highlights pygmy rabbits, little brown bat, a few things, but I would just, are you working really closely with
Adam?
Yeah, Adam.
Yeah, Adam has been involved for sure. There's another map in here that Nick Robotech out of that ranger district put together that has like all the leks and like known sightings of pygmies and stuff overlaid on it. I think it's that second one down there.
I just say keep them really involved in this.
Mm-hmm.
We need to make sure that it's beneficial for pygmy rabbits.
Yeah.
If we're, yeah.
There's a few unknowns with this too. They were anticipating a lot of bill and IRA money going into this, so you know there's a lot of unknowns with what's going to happen with that. Yeah, I guess any other questions?
So I was having a hard time telling from the map.
Yeah.
Is that burn on the north side of that ridge along that?
It's
mountain
so
range?
it's on the north side of the north side. Yep.
Okay, so I actually like this project. I hope you're able to fill in those gaps like for landowners and stuff. This is more curiosity. I've never seen a rough anywhere on this range.
Oh, really?
Have you?
I have never gone up looking for them.
I've seen plenty of dusky. I've never seen, and I've teased people. There's a national every year. They say, "Oh, go," just like where?
I'll have to ask Daniel Salee, the district biologist, because he's the big.
I've never seen a rough up there.
Yeah, I would motion that we pass it for funding consideration, understanding that like, well, you have other things that we should know by the funding meeting.
Yeah.
And just not in the motion, but just as to you, just make sure that we really keep it on game folks in the loop, the conservation bios in the loop on this.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll clarify your motion. Pass for funding consideration.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Randy, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, next one is burnt beaver.
Tyler Maservi, I'm with the Mule Deer Foundation, Habitat Partnership Coordinator, it's a partnership position with WRI. For the past 4 years, I've been in a partnership position with the UWC, so this is why I'm over this project right now. Can you go to one of my map images? Just a comprehensive, term giver comprehensive. Just first show a little bit of the work that we've been doing. I've been on this project since 2020. Just thinking about it. There we go. There we go. So this is pretty much the whole NEPA that was cleared back in 2019. We started work over here with mechanical is this big unit. We did some mastication and some cut and pile. All these little lines are either trails, roads that we did shaded fuel breaks. And they're also those little polygons everywhere, little areas that were clear cut that we just went and thinned the little pre-commercial bit there. This yellow stuff is stuff that was last year contracted. We haven't begun it yet. It's contracted and it'll start in June 16th. I think they're ready to go out there. So all the green is what we're proposing this year. But I wanted to kind of show this big map because one of the things we're asking for is for virtual fencing. So this is the third year that the range crew on the forest is doing this virtual fencing research. So they're asking for $10,000 to pay for the rental of the collars. Because we opened this up and then the cattle started going into the wilderness. So this is so we don't have to put 40 miles of fence, and this has been a research project. I think the document's on there if you want to look into what they've actually seen, but the permittees feel that it's working. And it's keeping the cattle in their allotment.
You said it's renting it, but not buying it?
It's renting it, yep. So I'm pretty sure it's $10,000. I think it's $50 per cow to rent that for a year. And then
that's including like all the data fees and are they?
I think that's just for the rental. I think everything at the towers and stuff is already covered somewhere else. So they're asking for the car rental through the WRI in this project. So that's the virtual fencing, the treatments that we want to do. 930 acres total. It's 435 with hand cut and pile. One of them is on a ridge on the edge. That left ridge, and then that trail right next to it is a heavily used trail. That little green up there is private land. We are starting to work with Forestry, Fire, and State Lands to just kind of cross that border a little bit. And then that right there is a lop and scatter. They want to cut it and do a prescribed fire pretty quick in that unit. But so the main goal of this whole project is to get 70,000 acres of prescribed fire. And the forest kind of was distracted by this one because they got funding in another area, but they're back to focusing on this one. They would have started to burn a couple weeks ago. They hit the prescription and everything, but then the storm came in, and so they're ready to go once they can start burning. And that, I mean, is the main goal, so we can just get that 70,000 acres all the way to the wilderness. But yeah, so they want to start burning pretty soon. Let's go to the migration maps now. Bighorn first, I guess. The current beaver.
Is there any plan? So a couple questions that I have.
Yeah, go ahead.
Obviously these systems need to burn. The logical systems.
Yeah.
They've got to burn. When they don't burn, there's nothing there. When they do burn, there's not a ton there. But they need to burn. The other thing is though, is when I see these burn, what I've seen almost every time without fail is you give it a couple years and everything's laying on top of each other like pixie sticks. And then all this habitat that we supposedly opened up is non-habitat. Is there any, and I haven't seen in any of these projects, any kind of plan as to how to deal with that? How to deal with the fact that we end up with trees laying on top of trees, laying on top of trees, where we don't really open the habitat.
In this unit specifically, all these ones we worked on, it was already like that with how much the beetle kill went in. So there's a lot of dead and down on the ground.
And if there's dead and down on the ground, that's way better.
Yeah.
Right.
So a lot of that will burn, but no, we've not even considered after the post effect.
I mean, the goal is a hot,
Yes.
raging burn. So the fact that you're planning, you've done a good job planning this for a big, hot, raging burn.
Yeah, and I think they're asking for money. They've got money to burn right now, but for the following, I think they're asking for money for the helitorch. Yeah, they want to go with helitorch and they want to burn a lot.
And there's nothing, I mean, these systems this is the best thing you can do. Like, the other question I have is just, what is there any kind of, is it 100% that they're asking for funding for because this is a public land grazing allotment, right? So is it 100% that they're asking for the collar funding through? Who are they asking that funding through, Tyler? Is that WRI or is that?
Yeah. The collar rental, yeah. I think it's funded.
It's not a lot of money.
Yeah.
It feels like one of those things that would be, it would feel better if there was a partnership.
I mean, it's just one of those things that, you do a treatment in an area, you need to protect it. We usually build a fence. To me, this is just kind of a substitute for building the fence.
Yeah. And it's nice, or you rest an allotment, right? And this is an area where we're saying, well, we don't have to rest the allotment. We can allow folks to still be there.
But the thing is, if you do a 70,000 acre burn, you're not going to find a lot of people who want to rest an allotment that size or enough cattle grazers to agree to that. So these are just kind of alternatives. And for 10 grand, I think that's an easy decision.
I understand. It's not about the money for me, obviously. We spend way more money on a lot of things. It's just easier when both folks have some skin in the game.
And I'll look into it more, but I know that the Forest Service has more skin in the game in this than just this 10,000. And maybe we should have listed that too.
Well, and you guys put a lot of money into it as well.
Yeah.
It's a good project.
Yeah, this is so Wild Sheep Foundation and us are very, I mean, we get money from them every year because this is the wild sheep corridors. I was told by somebody that the correct ridge is this one, so really they're going right there. But I mean, it'll still benefit what we're doing. I've seen tons of the Rocky Mountain bighorn out there. But yeah, we're working right in those migration units. If you want to go to the mule deer map now. So again, high traffic area, right through where we're working. Yeah, lots of mule deer. A lot of them I've seen are up here, up north of Hoop Lake, where we're doing work this year. Some of the biggest ones I've seen are out there. But yeah, we're asking for that 930 acres total to get, I mean, it's hand cut and pile and it's lop and scatter. We got actually really good prices last year. So even though we weren't fully funded, we were able to contract a lot more than we thought we could. So that'll start in the middle of June. So again, I'm hoping we get kind of similar prices if we can do a lot of work out there. So
what were your prices? Just curious.
For the hand cut and pile, they've usually it was 12 at 90, I think. And there's a couple trails they're hiking out. They have to carry the chainsaws all the way out there. So it's 12.
And you budgeted 1,500 on that?
Yeah. Because on the other side, that's closer to what we're getting. So yeah, we came and went with a good price on this one or this last season. So
curiosity's sake, you guys did WRI tour up here like either 20 or 21.
Yeah.
There hasn't been any burns since then.
They've tried a couple times, but either a storm came in and the conditions didn't hit, or then there really were 2 years where they got so much of that wildfire crisis strategy money that they just didn't focus on anything out of the wildfire crisis strategy. So
yeah, that was a huge disappointment. We got so excited about all this wildfire crisis strategy money, but then they basically said, this is the only place we're going to put our efforts, and walked away from this, which is a priority for us.
Yeah, for us as well, Mueller Foundation. I mean, this is one of our biggest like land scale landscape projects where we started actually putting people on the ground and doing these partnership positions. So we've been heavily involved in this since the beginning. So,
you know, I love the project. I'm just shocked.
but yeah, I mean, all the piles are burned. Those are all gone. And they've tried a couple times to burn, but they just haven't hit the right conditions yet. And so I want them to burn in fall where it's drier, but there's always like Yellow Lake or something going on that makes everybody stop everything. So a lot of time I wish they'd just go a little bit earlier.
I mean, they did a couple small ones like downstream from Hoop Lake and stuff.
Yeah, I think they got maybe 50 acres or something. It's all that we burned.
Those were like test burn.
Yeah.
Too bad it didn't get out of hand.
Yeah, if there's any silver lining to the wildfire crisis strategy money going away, I guess it's that they're back to stuff like this.
Yeah, exactly. They're back focusing on this where like we need to burn soon because we don't want all that work we did in 2020 to just overgrow and we won't have those lines anymore. So
yeah, we got to get this one funded this year.
That being said, I'll make the motion to approve it.
I'll second.
Councilman Randy, second from Tyler, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the next one is Bourbon.
I'll be presenting this one as well. Caleb can come today. So this is another one that Mueller Foundation is pretty focused on. We've got a Keystone funding. There's funding we got through the Forest Service to do work on the Forest Service land. So this is one of our Keystone projects. We were worried we didn't have that money still for a while, but we're pretty sure we have it. So over the next 5 years, we've got about $1 million going to this project, just to spread it out. So it's in the WRI is coming through Forest Service. Last year we did the archaeological clearances on mainly the roads. That's going to be our first phase is we're going to do the shaded fuel breaks along the roads and then we'll work more interior as the time comes. So we're doing this first so they can start burning if they hit those prescriptions. So yeah, all those black ones, if you click on the road, the bigger, thicker ones. So those are the roads we want to work on. It's a lop and scatter hand cut pile mix because we aren't exactly sure each separate unit, but that's what we'll be doing and all that. We've also been working with forestry, fire, and state lands. That black area up there. So this lady just bought this unit. She calls it Little Bear. And it goes all the way to the Forest Service edge. And right on that edge, we did a cut skid deck this last year and it looks great. So we want to continue that. She's been doing her own work in between. And she's put 150, or she will be putting 150,000 to do work on this land. She pretty much had a crew like hired all summer from Evanston, just working and thinning out her land. So this right here on the other side is where we did the cut skid deck on forest land. And it went pretty well. So we're asking for money to, I think it's 143 acres. We want to do a cut skid deck on private land there.
Has she gone after any NRCS money for?
She hasn't. I think PJ is working with her to start going for something more. I mean, she's put in a ton of her own already. So, I mean, really, she just wants to do the best thing for the land. Like she just came to PJ and I and said, what does this need? And we just kind of went through her property and we were like, hey, this could help here. This could help here. And she's doing a lot of it on her own. So, but yeah, this is along one of the trails. A lot of dead and down, like I was saying. So the hang up pile will clean up all that. And I thought there were more images in there, but it doesn't look like it. They're in your background. Yeah, I don't know if there were more pictures. But so total, we're asking for 880 acres for the mixed hand cut pile up and scatter, and then 140 acres, 143 for that cut skid deck. A lot of this is wildland urban interface. They've got that Monviso cabins right there. It's right on the edge of the Forest Service land too.
I have a question on their funding stuff down below. Do you have a Mueller Foundation
200,000 into through other.
So that's that Keystone money.
Okay, all right, so I'm gonna probably change the name of that, because the funding source that's just Fielder Foundation
Yeah, that
is
makes sense.
generally ECP,
Yeah,
so.
if you want to put that as Forest Service too, that'd probably be fine.
Well, we can just, I'll just add a new funding source. I
Okay.
just want to make sure I knew what it was, so I
Okay.
can change
And
it.
then, if you're looking at the Aspen or the North Zone Aspen regeneration, same thing on that one.
Okay.
As well as, I forgot what the Dixie one that we have, but I can get that to you too.
Okay.
That Keystone money not available for Haven?
They didn't submit that project, so, this was what the forest submitted, and since they had, this is a wildfire crisis strategy area, so they did have funding for it back then. And so, yeah, they asked for this project area. It doesn't have a beaver unless the Forest Service will, when we have them apply again. What's that application? But, also I didn't mention, we are working in conjunction with Trout Unlimited and Anna Branch. They're going along almost all of these streams. If you want to look at the map, I think it's all out. They're doing BDAs. They're putting woody material into the streams. So yeah, they'll be working on almost all these streams. They've been doing the same thing further east in some of the projects we've been doing, and the BDAs look really good. And yeah, they're doing a lot of work out there too. So. Yeah. Any other questions?
No, I'll say you're doing a great job out there, Tyler.
Thanks. And we should be hiring a project manager to cover that position. So right now it's still kind of doing it.
Double duty, right?
Yeah. And we'll also
whoever you hire, make sure he's as good as you.
well, we'll see. Probably not hard to do, so. But
I'll make the motion go for it.
I'll second it. Second from Steve, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay,
thank
thanks,
you.
Tyler. Little Bear, Logan Watershed.
Daniel, I've got the PowerPoint for this one as well. Look through real quick.
You'll introduce yourself as well.
Oh, yeah. My apologies. So, yeah, my name's Garrett Fitzenbarger. I'm a fields technician with Wasatch Cache. I work out of the Ogden and Logan Ranger districts on the north zone of our forest. So this project is a joint project, both of us on the Logan Ranger district and with Hardware Ranch on the state. I believe a little bit of private as well, Zach, for some of the BDA work in there. The project overview. So for our part of it, we're going to be doing we're proposing to do some application and some pet and pile of juniper removal in left-hand fork and in the Logan River drainage. And then as far as on the BDA portion, they're looking to do that on, I believe it's private land and on Hardware Ranch. And a little bit of the cut and pile will be on Hardware Ranch as well. So you go ahead and click to the next slide. So these are the cut and pile units here on at left-hand fork. The next map will be cut and pile for Logan Canyon. And in Logan Canyon, we're targeting the areas right around Choke Cherry up to about Wood Camp. And then the next map will be the mastication unit. So this is the last phase. If this gets fully funded, this will be the last phase of our mastication. And this has been in conjunction with Hardware Ranch over the last couple of years. We've been doing units both on Forest Service land and on Hardware Ranch with Shane Hill before he took off from us. So if all of 966 acres gets funded, we'll be able to finish this off. The other units are currently contracted right now. We're just waiting for the snow to come off so we can get in there and work on those. The treatment methods, so cut and pile will be 582 acres. Some of that, like I said, is in Hardware Ranch where they were going to do some mastication, but there's some issues with getting the masticator in there, so they converted that to cut and pile. And then our portion of the mastication will be finishing that up. Then as far as on some of the private land and Zach, if you could speak to some of this, I think, is it on Hardware Ranch as well? The BDAs? Sorry, the Cinnamon Creek Wildlife Management Area, has some BDAs and wet meadow seeding. And one of the benefits I know that was brought up with some of the wet meadow stuff was pollinator habitat for monarch butterflies. And then our next slide here is our heat maps. This was provided to me by our wildlife specialist, Avery Cook. So on the left is our elk right now. And you see for elk here, the notes he gave me are 231 elk of unknown sex for about a year. And then for the mule deer on the right, there was 157 tracked mule deer for that. So right now, one of the things Avery pointed out to me was, in a lot of cases, they are not necessarily in our treatment areas, but it's, as you guys have been discussing, getting those treatment areas restored and attracting those animals into those areas. And Hardware Ranch right now is a huge area for the elk to get into in the winter for wintertime habitat. So on the next slide, yeah, current conditions right now, juniper trees are encroaching, sagebrush and mountain shrub communities, as well as aspen communities. We're seeing this a lot in Logan Canyon, where it is getting into some aspen communities as well. We're looking to get those out. And one of the big things right now is it is really starting to fill in. This is a picture from Wood Camp where you can see a ton of small juniper starting to fill in. And the sooner we're able to get on this, the cheaper this process will be, because this will continue to fill in, as we've been noticing just over the past decade or so. And as far as juniper removal for us, we've been working on this on the Logan district in some shape or form for the past probably 10 years or so. And a lot of the front canyons there in Cache County, as well as on some of the Ogden Ranger district. And then, so current conditions for the creek, this is Shane Hill provided this picture as one of the creeks they want to work on. It's down cutting right now, so we want to expand the wetlands and slow the erosion here. And the next slide will be desired conditions. So on the right, so the left is just an example BDA is able to find, but on the right is some of the mastication work that we've done through the mahogany there, right around Hardware Ranch on a lot of our portions there. So the benefits to all of it would be to just improve wildlife habitat, decrease the potential for catastrophic wildfires, and increase water availability. With that being said, I think the last slide has our budget there, but Daniel, if you want to go to our map page on the WRA page, if you want, you can click around there. The map should be mapped and some pictures on there, but I can take some questions from you guys.
If we're only able to fund a portion of this, I mean, what's your preference between like the bull hog and the forestry type work?
Yeah, we were actually, myself and Melina were talking about this yesterday. We would love to get going on some of the pile burning, because if we can slowly introduce that to Logan Canyon, we'll be able to, the public might be more accepting to it, and it'll give us some piles to start focusing on. If we can go a little bit higher and we broke it out and get just the money for the mastication, it'd be great to just finish that off too. It just kind of depends on the threshold people are willing to fund at. Yeah, I think I would put the canyon one, the cut pile would be my priority with the two.
And if we can't get the full amount, you could face that.
Yes, we can. Yep. Yeah, we can add good polygons as necessary for as money comes in.
Tyler Thompson, crushing hopes and dreams.
I know.
I'd like to see this top priority. If you don't fund it all, if funding comes available, I'd like to see it top priority.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it didn't get anything from the sportsman's group, did it?
No, no, they did not take much interest in this one.
It shocked me.
So this was presented at the sportsman's groups. You didn't get any?
No.
How much were you hoping for?
$1 million project?
In total, we'll need $1 million. Yeah.
I mean, that shocked me that it didn't get any interest.
Yeah.
Cash.
Yeah, we were a little surprised. Nothing at all from them on that one, but.
Was that presented as not a cherry pick, but just
it's all right. If you got a bad slot before lunch or what happened?
I mean, it wasn't
late
too,
in the day.
wasn't too long ago that Logan Ranger District wouldn't even let us do anything in Logan Canyon because it's scenic byway. And, you know, Nate helped with that a little bit. I don't know if you remember Nate, but.
I did not get a chance to meet him. I wish I did. I've heard a lot of good things about him, but, yeah, no, we're excited to move forward and start doing some work at Logan Canyon.
Let's do this, Tyler. I make a motion that we pass it for funding consideration. And in the meantime, maybe we can have some conversations with some groups and see if there's any money left over.
Don't look at me. And there's always the option too of increasing, if this is an important one, increasing the Habitat Council asks.
Well, and we've said, we've pointed to this one, or at least I have, and basically said, you know, some of the stuff they did put money towards that's not gonna be able to go.
Right.
We'll go back to you guys and say, hey, this isn't gonna go. We suggest this one, and we'll point to this one. Because this is one that I think should have gotten funded.
And like you said, you've got the SCI banquet coming up this weekend. They haven't contributed any, so there's some opportunities there.
I mean, there's some projects in that meeting that got crickets, and I thought, okay, you know, riparian stuff, private land stuff, CWMU stuff, but this one stumped me. But this didn't get interest.
I think, like you said, it was in the afternoon and
Everybody's out of money.
we were getting close, yeah.
You had your eyes on the cherry picking phase.
That's it. I think
We
that's
got the
it.
fattest fawns in the state right now, cash.
But yeah, I think Kobe's right. If you just, we approve it and look at it, I bet you might be able to pull some funding.
At a second.
Sure. I think that's fine.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thanks, Garrett.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, good project.
Thank you.
Okay, one more. Got me.
Like last but not least.
What are you hearing?
Hi, Dave Stevens. I'm here in the Salt Lake office. I'm one of the tool person. You heard from me last week, some of you. I can promise you that with a data sharing agreement via BioBase, you can see if those rough grouse were there. And you'd not only see a dot on the map, you'd be able to assess the survey and decide whether you agree with the biologist. And if the data was wrong, you could edit it, you could download it, you could upload your own data. That's the vision. We're not there yet, but yes, you've heard a lot about tools today. You've seen a lot of maps. BioBase is really key to all of these projects in the sense that we're bringing all the data into one place. And the way that people are already using our public facing tools, this is just another layer of depth. We're targeting biologists, internal and external, for this data. And what I'm asking for funding for today is the user application part of it. We've put a lot of work into pulling in different data sets. And this is without a data sharing agreement, I can't show you the data, but this is kind of our skeletal user interface as it stands today. With a data sharing agreement, you can pull up all these habitat layers and look at it and kind of do some exploration. But the real functionality of it now is to look up your rough grouse and be able to see the dots and see the data. Like I said, there are a lot of things that we would like to improve about the interface. A really key one for us is accepting data, because all of this is, the more data we have, the better decisions we can make for all of these projects. Next slide, please. This is the data that is already in our database. We still have some room to expand, but as you can see, there's wildlife tracker data in there. There's big game, upland. We do have to do a lot of massaging. I have a full-time employee that is dedicated to doing that. So we're really invested in this tool internally. And we're excited about what our partners can bring. Next slide. So I didn't want to talk about bats today, since that's where I went wrong last week. So, I was trying to be honest about what's in there. And so this is actually something that we did use this data. We were trying to figure out where to put a nursery, and we wanted to consider domestic sheep and the disease that could bring. So we're already using the tool, but there's a lot more we can do in the future with analysis. Next slide. We talked about pygmy rabbits earlier today. So this is another example. We're able to pull in data that is collected via Survey 123, get it into the database. And as our analysis capability increases in the tool, we'll be able to do some really sophisticated management decision making. Next slide. Some more rapid stuff. Quick Capture is a really easy app. It's kind of big button. We see lots of applications for just collecting, getting the data in there, and then doing more complex analysis. And this is our, the wildlife habitat analysis tool, which thank you for earlier funding on that one. This is informing our species distribution modeling. So all of these things feed into all of the decisions for our landscape management and habitat restoration. Next slide. And then, yeah, just looking at, not as relevant for big game, but pinyon jay, all of these species for listing, kind of looking at it regionally, not just within Utah. Next slide. And this is just kind of, I don't want to kill you with case studies, but this is just kind of an example of what the data would look like. Some of the things we're able to do now, we can see dots on the map. Because there's such a large data sharing component, we're able to show a Forest Service biologist occurrence data just on the Forest Service lands. In the future, we want to, like I said, collect people's data so we can enrich our own data. We want to be able to do more filtering and analysis and add in more reference layers. Next slide. And then, yeah, just the idea of having really sophisticated users who can get in there and do, kernel density studies, but also just creating kind of these canned analytic functionality that you can just kind of go in and run it. Like if we're looking for species distribution for mule deer, they could just kind of pop it in there. It's all pre-programmed and they don't really have to know how to code. They don't need to know R or Python. They can just work through the tool. Next slide. And then these are just all the different users. We don't need to focus too much on this, but just the concept of this is not a tool for the public. This is for our partners to make real decisions on the landscape. Next slide. And yeah, we just think everyone will love it. Next slide. This is, I kind of put these at the end just in case people wanted to really understand everything that goes into it, because we talk about biobase a lot, but it's really kind of three prongs. It's the database, it's the user interface, the software application, and then the analytics platform. That should be it pretty much. All right, thank you. Any questions?
Hey, Warren. This is going to be a long, probably in perpetuity effort. So this gets you step one at that.
Yeah, so
where's the rest coming from?
my vision is to have a steering committee to kind of shape the future direction. Once we can show people what they're able to do with it, then we'll prioritize the species that we're getting in. So we started with bats and raptors because those tools were being decommissioned and we needed to have a replacement. But I think this will get us to a place where your basic biologists can have help doing their jobs, and then everything after that will be fine tuning, because really we're building the structure, we're building the capacity internally to do these things. So I really don't anticipate future phases for funding. We will need to, as Kobe knows, take care of the maintenance for the software side of it because we're not developers.
What's the breakdown on it?
Oh, sure. We're looking for 135.
No, for the, yeah, right there.
And I just did it based on the regular Habitat Council funding breakdown, just because I figured it's going to benefit all the species. So I just did it by the percentage.
A lot.
From the law,
That's how the law.
from the code. Yes.
We give Tim. The only other question I have is just a technical question. We have, all kinds of data. Some of it is accessible. Some of it is, sensitive species. Then we have some that's endangered species that, it has to be all treated differently, right?
Yeah.
So is that possible in one database to be able to, separate those access parts out?
Yes, we've already handled that. We're able to watermark the data. We also have very sophisticated user roles based on, even the data sharing versus data viewing, or even we can restrict it so that you're only able to see ruffed grouse and you're not able to see anything else. So we started there because we knew that'd be the trickiest part. Yeah.
There are going to be a lot of ongoing maintenance fees. We can't build one of these without, we've got a couple options, and it's a kind of a, crisis is the wrong word. We've got to make some decisions as an agency. We've been going out a lot to contract some of these tools. We have a wildlife tracking tool, we have this, we have a big game database that handles all of our big game data. And we found a couple things. One, they are expensive to build. And two, they are expensive to maintain. And we own all the code. It's all proprietary. It's all ours. But the company that has the bid that's asking us to maintain these is wanting a lot of money a year. And so we're going to have to make some internal decisions about what we do. Doesn't mean that we don't build it. Like I said, after it's built, we own all the code. We built the file base. We built all of the database and structure internally. So this money is to build the interface. It's not to build the database or the structure. That's all ours. Tyler.
We actually used our experience with the wildlife habitat analysis tool to grow our capacity and we've built in a little more flexibility for the things that we can control. For example, in the wildlife habitat analysis tool, I can go in and update the HTML for the report format. So we're trying to kind of approach it in a different way where we're doing as much as we possibly can and learning how to do it. We have invested heavily in Tyler so that he can be our database engineer, but yeah,
We're not programmers. We don't know how to, well, we haven't built the interfaces. We built the database and the backbone for the program, but not the interface.
And I'm assuming DTS is not helping with it. You said you've gone out to contract.
To be perfectly transparent, they almost tanked the entire wildlife habitat analysis tool because we submitted our technology acquisition request 9 months in advance, and at the last minute, they kind of held it up. And so I try to work with them where I can. They have helped us with some pipelines, but my honest experience is it's been more of an obstacle than help.
Yeah. It might be because it's later in the day for me and I'm just slowing down. But and I like it. I mean, having access and making data usable, but how does this fit into the Habitat Council?
In terms of what a biologist at DWR with data?
No, I just so like we had, it's maybe not apples to apples, but we had a proposition early on from Physics Forever funding trespass fees, essentially. That didn't fit in. It's a great project, but it didn't fit into habitat criteria. I'm not certain I see buying or building computer technology. I'm being wrong term. I don't know if that fits in the Habitat Council's niche.
It depends on how you look at it, in my opinion. I think you can look at it that way, which is absolutely one way and probably not incorrect. I look at it as, we have, I don't know how many different kind of minor databases and piles of data scattered all over the division and our partners. And just one is, the aquatic section is busy dealing with barriers to fish movement, right? There's thousands of them all over the state. Some of them documented, some of them not. We're trying to get them into a format in a database where you go out and assess them. Some of them are beneficial, some of them need removed. But just that alone is something that we need help with. And we can't do the habitat work unless we get the information. And our information in this agency is scattered to the wind. And that doesn't even include the endangered species programs that have data outside of our agency that we need brought in too, because that information is not being used for our benefit. And honestly, it's really hard to get a hold of. And if we can have some place to house it, come up with an agreement, then we can just start pumping that data in where we can actually access it and make, really sound decisions for both habitat and wildlife and aquatics. So that's its relationship to what we do from my perspective.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the future of wildlife management and really the future of habitat is getting big, giant databases full of information and building programs to crunch that data and have it be used to help us make decisions as to where we work, what we do on the ground. So not only do I think this is important, I think this is the most important project that this council's seen this year.
I'll add one other thing. 20 years ago, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Yeah, and we're the old guys here too. For us to advocate for it, how weird is that?
The way that I look at this, we have a limited amount of manpower on the landscape to do a lot of work. And you either spend work out just rummaging around in the wilderness, or you use data to drive sound decisions, make better decisions, become more efficient at the work we have to do on the landscape. And you can cut this 1,000 different ways. We could wander around lost, or we could use data to drive the way that we go about business. And there's an efficiency here for the rest of us that can be built here if we can get it done.
Yeah, and I'm actually not disagreeing with anything you say. Data is incredibly, but we all the time say that's not appropriate money for this council. And that's what, and I like this. I just, as brain dead as I am, I see the advantage and why it should be used and done. I'm just really struggling that this is habitat money. It should absolutely be funded. And I completely agree. But I mean, we have parking lots all the time and we say, oh, hell no, that belongs over in such and such an area. I don't know how this is any different. And I hate arguing against it because this money needs to be spent. It's something that needs to be done, but I don't see how this is an appropriate budget item.
Can you scroll down to the funding types?
You probably went over it this morning before I arrived, but what is the criteria for the Habitat Council? Fairly new.
Yeah, pull that up.
I don't want to keep everyone longer as the last speaker.
Actually, we're going really fast. As long as I'm in Ogden by 5.
When's it time to start? 5:30?
5.
Right at 5.
Essentially, these 4 points are what are outlined in the code.
Yeah, I would say the habitat component.
I bet it fits into the enhancement. Number 3, it's part of the enhancement process. This is the first part of gathering information to know where and when you need to put that enhancement. Like Drew said, we're trying to get away from this shotgun approach to this more laser focused approach of where we do projects. And this is to help inform that decision.
And I'll say though, the wildlife habitat analysis tool was launched this fall, it's already being used in our habitat management plans. And there's a wealth of information in BioBase that you don't get through WUT. So I only see that usage increasing. And quite frankly, when I first launched the tool, I got quite a few emails saying this cactus isn't in northern Utah. Your tool sucks. But it making the data more visible allows the data to improve.
Oh, I don't disagree with anything that's being said. Money well spent from the technology sector. Or I don't know how your budget's broken out, how the whole division's budget's broken out. I don't see how this falls, in my opinion. No one has to agree with it.
If you don't like the rough grass, we can find another species.
Nice.
It's turkeys he doesn't like. Don't pick turkeys.
I'll move to approve with a statement that it's the same statement I made before. This is something large and long. And it's in perpetuity as far as I'm concerned. And this is step one, and there's 1,000 steps past this that you're gonna have to deal with. And Kobe kind of said it too, this is not gonna be a Habitat Council investment long term. This is kind of fact finding and kind of putting together. So at some point, the division is gonna have to pony up a lot of money to make this happen. And that isn't an us thing. I support this, and my motion would be to approve, but just know that that's my feeling is sooner or later, we have to either get in or get out, and I'm in. So that's me.
I'll second.
Okay, so we got a motion from Drew and a second from Blake. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
Thank you all.
Before we adjourn, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
And this is probably for this group of people right here. So this council has kind of said the same thing over and over today, or the presentations have, and it's the same conversation that we've had as an agency, and that's the federal funding aspect of things is uncertain at best. And there's a lot of projects that we looked at through this year that are dependent upon federal funding to actually move forward. So have you guys wrapped your mind around what if? What if a lot of this BIL money and all of the other NRCS stuff and Forest Service especially doesn't come to the table, which I'm not certain it is. What do we do?
A lot less.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna cut projects from the bottom up? Is that gonna be the approach? Until
I think
we
we'll
have
to
enough
look at
money?
Each individual project. One we did here today was that Zion migration, and 1.2 million of it, I think, was NRCS. I think we had maybe, 300,000 on it. Does what our money go into that, kill that project? It might. And that project might crack because of some of those kind of situations. So I think it's going to be an individual project by project determination. Whether the project can go forward without the federal money, maybe there's parts we can just focus on a certain treatment that maybe could go forward. We'll have to make those decisions as soon as we start learning more and more about what the federal money is going to look like.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys have anything else to add to that, but
I mean, I guess maybe I'm naive, but I'm still a little optimistic that it's a delay and not a cut for a lot of these funding sources. I believe that what we're doing fits within the president's, plan. But like Daniel said, if we get a final determination that some of these funds are cut, we will have to look at those individuals. Any funding that we put on it from the state, we'll have to make a decision if we want to leave it there to do partial projects, or more likely we will pull it, cancel the project, and that funding will go back up to start filling holes at the highest ranked projects first. And we might have to come back to this council and say, look, this is the result of that, and have a little reallocation meeting or something. But yeah, if we lose all the federal funding or even half the federal funding in there, it's going to be pretty devastating.
Every year we have a project that this council has approved for funding that didn't get any other funding, so it wasn't going to go, and we've pulled that money off. There's always that,
It just might be at a different scale.
Yeah.
But the truth is, the plan is what the plan is. The money goes as far as it goes. That's how it is every year. Every year we leverage as much money as we can to go as far as we can and do what we can. And if the money's cut back, it's going to be cut back to leverage as much money as we can to go as far as we can and do as much as we can.
But it'll be severe cutbacks. I mean, WRI is funded by what, 65% federal funding?
Yeah, I get it.
That's kind of my point. That sounds easy,
It's not.
Until, you start asking people, okay, so if the federal money is pulled out, can this project move forward? And I'll bet you most of them are a no, because there's so much federal money, in them. And so it's not, you're just gonna cut a bunch of projects. Somehow you have to reassemble that money into projects that can be completed. And I was just wondering whether, if you guys actually kind of just come up with some concept
I
about
mean, we do this all the time. We're always having projects that fall off the list for whatever reason, and we've got a really good system in place to reallocate those funds. And we will use the WA rankings pretty heavily when it comes to where to reallocate.
I'll talk with Elon, we'll be fine.
So to piggyback on that, just a little bit different. So what should we be looking at, thinking about for the funding meeting? Because and this without the big game money in here, we're significantly over. I know in years past you've given us some thoughts or guidelines on what you thought would be.
I mean,
100 points or above or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like I have my priorities and, you guys have yours, but I'll tell you what my priorities are. My priorities are going to be the WI rankings. And I look pretty heavily at what the sportsmen's groups do as well. So yeah, anything with, a top 5 out of the region ranking, I'm going to be advocating for pretty heavily. And then we'll have kind of an idea of the ranking number that will fall off the list, and that's just a guess. So there are definitely some things on that list that I don't think are going to go forward that will probably make suggestions that we cut off.
Prioritize your priorities, and we usually just kind of start with the lowest priorities, pulling them off on the contingency lists. And
when do you think this spreadsheet will be updated?
it's updated now.
With all the big game stuffs in it already. Awesome.
So the number you're looking at is that 2 million over.
You can't come up with $2 million, Tyler.
We asked for it from PR. We'll see if they give it to us.
PR is down.
Speaking of which, in the Upland meeting, I had to ask to see if we could get a bond on PR money. I've asked for that the past couple of years, and don't misread this, but we listed that on there. Then I found out the meeting a couple of times ago, well, we listed that, but we didn't get it. I thought we were getting it, or I thought I was getting it.
It's always an ask. They're redoing
get
those
asked?
now, and so that's all we can do is wait and see.
Do you know when will the decisions be made, before or after our 30th meeting?
Well, they just barely got
just
enhancements. So enhancements were due on Friday, which is like, it's really an inaccurate term, but it's basically, we have our fixed costs, which are personnel that are on PR salaries. And then almost everything we do additional and above that, we ask for on an annual basis as an enhancement. And so there are core things that have to get funded first. And after those things get funded, then we start to look at research, and it just goes down the list of this is, and we're on a second year of losing about 10% in PR. So we're down 20% in PR.
My funding is flat.
So I don't know the answer to that.
Well, odds are.
Yeah. Odds are it's not a good year to increase what gets funded in PR.
And for me, my funding is flat, which means we haven't seen an increase in several years. And our cost per acre is up significantly.
Our cost of doing business is up significantly as well. Just trucks and
Yeah, I mean, our flight time, my helicopter time for aerial surveys, we used to, six years ago, we were getting an A-star for just over $1,000 an acre, and now it's over $2,000 or $1,000 an hour. Now it's over $2,000 an hour.
the vehicle costs, just rental costs went up 20% this last year.
Oh, no, I get those things, and that's it. So is it fair, and I don't know if I can even do it, that can I say for Upland for upland management areas that are primarily upland, because I have several that I carry. Can I say like, hey, let's reduce these a certain percent? Because there are several projects I would really like to see funded that I don't think I can fund.
I mean, I would suggest that we have at least the managers either in the room or at least available via phone. Because I know when we do our final funding meeting, there's a lot of phone calls and a lot of questions like, hey, you can't fund this whole thing. Just like you kind of see me asking them, you know, what's your priority? What's the least amount you can take? Stuff like that. I think that's fair.
Can you phase this back? Can you do less this year? Can we spend less this year?
Because I've been looking at it a little bit, not super hard, but I've been looking at it because I know that's going to be an issue this year. And I'm seeing issues with my budget anyway.
I think you can reach out beforehand too and, you know, get a hold of folks and have those conversations before. I think as citizen members, that's a big part of, you know, what you can do is come to this meeting prepared, having kind of talked amongst, you know, the people that are asking for funding. And because, yeah, you guys are going to have to make some cuts. Every one of you is over allocated except for fisheries.
And likely a lot of, you know, that big game amount is the big outlier, but you're tied to the big game stuff. So as we cut big game stuff, you know, that's going to be likely the upland stuff too. So there may be just some stuff like that falls off that starts to reduce the upland budget.
And just to help the next meeting along, because typically it's only like 3-4 hours, right?
That's the plan right now,
Yeah.
but it could be a longer meeting. No, we will have at least one habitat management plan, maybe a second one.
Can I bring one up right now that I'm just absolutely not willing to put money on, but it's a big money and it will impact big game.
What was that?
That damn well down in Santa Cruz.
Did you see how much the sportsman's group put on that damn well?
I don't care. Let's look on it real quick, just for the upland.
I know what it is. It's super expensive.
It's ridiculous. And nobody in that region wants it.
Well, I talked to Eric in the hall today, and I guess he's gone shopping for water, and he says he's actually got some people that might be willing to donate water. So I told Eric, and I think you guys need to tell Central Region they need to come with some answers at the meeting as to what that is actually going to cost.
Yeah, I think the sportsman's for like 300,000.
No, they did. They put a lot of money on it, and I was shocked. But I'll be honest, you know, just to start this now because I know it impacts big game. I'm not willing to put $70,000 on that. There's almost no benefit.
I think that's a fair thing to come to the meeting with Randy.
Yeah.
So
I don't think anybody's worried about that.
You're gonna cut something.
But if I take 70 away, that adds 70 to you. If you're gonna fund that.
Well, so and for us, this
We're in
type
this together.
of, I mean, I think we're probably looking at this a little differently if you're looking at it from a big game perspective. And that is that small quantities of ground can disproportionately benefit populations. And this is an area that will do that. And so from a big game perspective, you can pile hundreds and hundreds of animals in on this. It's the same thing we saw at Elbow Ranch. Who was it? Gary Bezzett said in his career, he'd never seen an animal on Elbow Ranch. Well, there's a few that hang out in the sagebrush and hang out here and some deer along there, but there used to be hundreds and hundreds of deer in these fields when Doc still owned it. And then when we bought it, it's just not. So you're right. The benefit probably is primarily to it's to big game. And so, like, it depends on how much of a priority it is for us.
those conversations we can have, that we can.
Yeah.
But that's what I wanted to find, because it's a big enough dollar amount. Well, in my world, it's a big dollar amount.
This opinion may be jaded, but I look at it from a farming perspective, and you look at Utah, if that place was worth farming, it would be farmed. You know, there would be someone having a pivot there, and there'd be shit growing there. And that's just the way Utah is. And to look at something that's, you know, been abandoned by farmers and say, we're going to bring it back and we're going to make something out of it is a fool's errand.
Well,
in my opinion, that's jaded. But
was it irrigated?
It was irrigated and farmed, and the only reason he sold it to us is because he couldn't stand the amount of loss he was losing to wildlife. And when he sold it to us, he hung onto the water. He sold that to somebody else because we didn't want the water.
I told you it's jaded, but you look at Utah and if there's a piece of land that's productive, it's being farmed. It just is. And you look at a lot of farms and the outer edge of it, it's abandoned now. It's either because they don't have water, or it's not productive. You look at anywhere you go, it's the same story. And if this was something that a farmer looked at and said, holy cow, I can make a go at this, there'd be stuff growing there, and there's not. And that's something that I think, you know, if I was you, you know, and this isn't a me thing, but I'd be asking some folks, go ask a farmer, how come you're not farming there?
I do remember driving through there as a kid and seeing thousands of deer from Santa Quinn all the way below Nephi, thousands and thousands of them.
Is that unit under or very far under?
It's under, but I don't know how far under.
But everybody's under.
Well, depends. Sure. I mean, I think that one's gonna happen. I don't know that it's a $700,000 project. I think.
They definitely need to sharpen.
Yeah, I think it needs a lot of work.
Refine the idea.
And I don't want to torpedo the whole thing. I mean,
We can phase it too, ask them to phase it for 2 years.
well, and as I say, because I know some of the sub projects on that were funded. Like I know the Chucker Foundation funded the fencing, and I know the Houndsman, the Turkey Federation funded the Guzzlers. There are just aspects of that. I'm just not.
But SFW from there, they put what, 200,000 into it, and they said we want it for the pivot. So if that tells you who's pushing it. That's
and like I said, I get it.
And they told me too. They said, you know, if you can't get the money through Habitat Council, come back to us. So yeah, if I were you, I'd cut it off my list.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put any money into it.
We gotta get going.
So, yeah, we got
Motion to adjourn.
April 30th here, 9:00. And we'll go over those items. I'll also be thinking about summer tour, something you'd like to see or do. So last year's central region. Yep. Yeah, so with that, take a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Motion adjourned. Let's go.
Anybody opposed?
Good luck.
Everybody can go but Steve. Steve.
This is what I'm hearing.